heads and staff for all the work they put into this, as they always do, and running such good departments. I appreciate each and every one of you. I know it's been a little rough this year because I've had to go back and make some tweaks and ask them if they could step up, make some cuts here and there, and they did that. So I want to thank each of you for doing that and for tolerating me. As a matter of fact, there'll probably be a few additional tonight that I'll mention during the budget presentations with individual department heads. So for each of you that did that, thank you. I appreciate that. And I know Dana's worked very hard in finance with Miss Gina's worked hard with putting all this together. So thank you. And thank you, Commission, for all that you do for blessing the city and putting us in a position to prosper. So, Miss Dana.
Thank you. So this is going to be the same format as we've had in the past. I have a PowerPoint presentation that just gives you a sort of big picture overview of what everything looks like this year. And then we'll break off into the departments, which each have an agenda. And so they'll come up and present their budgets to you. So we'll start with where I'm thinking that we're going to land this year as far as available fund balance. It looks like we'll be around 47 million. That's a little bit less than last year, but we dug into our reserves to buy some land and a giant building, but still healthy. The next is our revenues. I'm estimating 44,193,522 in revenues this year. As you can see on the pie chart, local taxes is by far the majority of it, and that includes sales tax and then some smaller ones, but by far sales tax is the biggest chunk of that. The intergovernmental revenue is the next. That's the state shared taxes, but all of that together is 44 million. Just some revenue highlights. The property tax rate I have still at 11 cents, which will generate 2.2 million. State shared revenues increased somewhat this year at 140.79, so that total is 5.67 million. Sales tax I'm estimating at 23 million. Hotel motel tax 1.4 million, and then we have a couple of small grants for PD, including the VCIF grant and an Operation Light Shine grant. Our expenditures. I'm estimating 79,577,619. That includes transfers out to other funds, which includes the debt service fund and the State Street Aid Fund and the capital projects fund. So in that number, there's about 32 million in capital projects this year, but in talking to Public Works, it looks like we may only need about 14 million of that, but we always every year budget for the project so that we know what's coming down the pike. The general government expenditures, 33 million. Public Works, 8 million. Public safety is 33 million, no, not general. General government is 9 million, 9.7. Parks and Rec is at 2.9. Community development, which is building and codes and planning, that's 2.3. And then the transfers are at 22. The general fund expenditures by type. Personnel expenditures total 34 million. Transfers to capital projects 18. New capital expenditures, which are cars, land, anything that falls under capital, that's 12 million. Our operating expenditures are 9.9. The transfers to debt service are 3.3, and transfers to the State Street Aid Fund at 1.2. I will note, just because I see the transfers to debt service up there, we closed on the sale today for our bonds, the $35 million bonds. We got a hefty premium for those. So the actual once they recalculated everything, the actual principal is 31 million. We got a rate of 3.58% on that. Our expenditure highlights. So we have a 4% COLA in the budget, and that's roughly 915,000 just for the COLA itself. A 2% merit, which is 476,000. We have 17 new positions in the budget. This is just under the general fund. So we have 7 in fire, 5 in police, 3 in city hall, and 2 in parks. For our capital items, we've got vehicles and equipment of 1.16 million, machinery and equipment 1.15 million, buildings 340,000, communication equipment 1.3. We've got 2 fire engines that are still in there that are rolling, so that's 1.4 million. Computer equipment software at 51,000, and then building improvements at 1.36 million, and the mass grading on Clemens at 3.5 million. So for the general fund summary, we're going to start at 47 million. We've got revenues of 44 million, expenditures totaling 79. That's going to leave us somewhere around 11.7. But with the expected transfers to capital projects not being the full amount, I expect that would be around 29 million. This highlights the 23 capital road projects we have. That just gives you an idea of which ones are coming up, what stage they're in, and what the estimated actual spend would be. Those do not include the PD or the fire. Those are just road projects. These are the other city funds, just summarized. State Street Aid, we start at 296. We should end around 471. Drug fund, start at 487. We should end about 407. Debt service, we start at 349, should end around 120. The employee benefit fund, we should start around 937 and end at $1 million. Capital projects, we start at 34 million, end at about 50,000, which we do that every year. That's because we assume we'll spend it all and we'll do it, but that's not the case. But that's how we budget it every year. Stormwater fund, we should start around 3.3 million and end about 3 million. I will say on the employee benefit fund, that's our insurance. We are working on some changes to move towards self-funding next year. Right now we're level funded, and we share, if there's anything left over, we share with Cigna, but we have run pretty hot this year and there's not going to be anything left over, so there won't be a share. So we've been talking about some options to try to save some city funds. So we're moving towards an insurance that this year we will have ownership of whatever's left over, and then move completely self-funded the next year. So there's a lot of education that's going to be planned this year to try to get employees to understand where they can go to get the best deal on like an MRI, and when to go to the ER, when not to go to the ER. There's going to be a lot of education to try to go into self-funded so that we have control of our fate, to say, and have control over that. But that's just wanted to highlight that on the employee benefit fund. Sewer fund, I've got operating revenues of 9.8 million, operating expenses 9.8, should end around 48,000. I generally try to keep that pretty close. We have to turn a profit on that. That's according to the state. Non-operating revenues about 550,000, capital contributions about 1.8 million. So the change in net position will be 2.3 million. And we have capital expenses of 27 million in there, and that includes the equalization basin for this year. And that's the overview. So now we'll just go into the departments portion of it. So I've got first up planning. So we'll have planning come up and present their budget.
So quick question, did we just start asking questions between all of this, or how do you want this to be?
No, you can go ahead and ask questions. Sorry.
All right, so before we start with this first department, for the insurance, are we competitive compared to what we're seeing in the industry for other municipalities?
We shop it every year, and actually our our rep is benefits advisor. He, at first, Cigna came back with a 15% increase. He felt confident that he could get them to 9. And then in the end, he actually got them to a 5% increase.
That's it.
So we felt that was really good. And in his experience, he really thinks that we could save if we go self-funded. So that's what we're working towards.
If it's self-funded, is that better for the employees or is it still level playing field?
It hopefully is better for the employees because we will be able to, if there's any savings at the end of the year, it's our savings. We're not splitting it with the insurance company.
Okay. And then the last question, is there any incentives because I know, like, for example, like the corporate world, that most of us work into on our side here, there's incentives to be, certain, healthy, whatever. Is there incentives with this insurance that we have currently?
Not necessarily, but we are, we're going to be working towards some educational things. I'd love to bring some incentives on in part of that. So we'll be working with Cigna and Benefits Advisor on different lunch and learns and trying to, teach people some healthier habits, maybe things that they can do, tests that they can get,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because like, for example, like my deductible, $15,000, right? I know it's crazy, isn't it?
Wow.
15,000. Yeah. And it's 7,500 for the individual, 15,000 for the family. So if you think about that, but then if I go get my physical done, they give you back $750 per individual that gets their, like their physical done for me and my spouse. Or if we do the Fitbit and we join a group, then we may get another $500 off, whatever. So it's all these incentives to go and try and, live healthier, I guess is what they try and put it out there. So I didn't know, because I know when I was talking to some of the employees, I asked them, hey, how's your insurance? You know what I mean? How are things? Because again, for government, obviously it may not pay as competitively when it's in the, open market, but there's other benefits that's tied to it, vehicles and, health insurance and so forth. I just want to make sure that we're staying competitive in the market so we're not having so much, just, revolving door, so to speak. You know what I mean?
We definitely try to keep our rates as low as possible to benefit the employees.
Okay. That's great to know. All right. Sorry.
No, you're
Apologize. Looking out for the best interest of the employees. Want to see where we're at. So thank you.
Start out before we do this, Dana, Kenny, if there's been any changes between what we have here in these books that's been agreed upon, could we start off with that so we can just mark these pages up?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if there's anything that impacts planning.
Yeah, there's a few things I did, and briefly mentioned it to Miss Dana today. I don't know if she's got anything new, but it's basically some elimination of some positions that I was able to work with the department heads on. I think most everything else we'd already done before, right, Miss Dana? It was already in there. For one is to eliminate one of the PIO positions.
Well, can we do it as the section comes up? Because we're on planning right now.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, yeah.
Is there anything with planning? That way we can just mark the sheets to reflect the changes as we go.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I got you. No, yes, sir. Okay, makes sense.
Let's-
I'm hoping he's not wanting to eliminate the director.
Yeah.
It was iffy there for a while. but
Yeah, that makes sense. So give you that.
Could be a long night.
Yes, you want that on the front end of each presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I want to start by saying thanks for all y'all do for the city. I know it's often a thankless job, and we feel that too, but thanks for supporting us in the years past. And this year, I am actually okay in my department as far as staffing is concerned, vehicles. So I don't have any changes upon what was approved last year, but I'm here to answer any questions if you have any for me.
So during the year, did we amend anything for your department?
We did. You guys gave me a food truck technician, and we just hired that 3 weeks ago, and it's going great. We're training her to actually handle the front desk and grab those permits as they come in. But then our 2 guys that were previously doing that are out in the field now trying to capture zoning complaints, zoning violations, sign issues, food trucks, just anything they can capture out in the field, along with doing the typical plant permit technician, planning technician, our agendas, minutes, getting packets out. They are also taking on parking and landscaping inspection, just being out in the field more often than they were able to do before.
Are we capturing just the data? You know what I mean? Because I know that right now with the food trucks, that was one of the big pilots, right? That we, we're really looking at to see the value. And since we've
Right.
added this, it's great, since we just hired the position.
We're definitely not making money on food trucks, I can
Yeah,
tell you
and
that.
no, I kind of figured that, but at the same time, adding these new positions and adding this service, if it's going to be a big burden to the city, is it something that, if it's going to keep us in the red, is it really beneficial for us to go down this path? Because
The food trucks.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe our residents really enjoy having it. It's a constant chase. We're
Mhm.
constantly chasing them. I don't know that we'll ever be in the black on a position that just does food trucks, which is why I
Sure.
didn't bring somebody in until 3 weeks ago and did not assign them only food trucks. So they will be doing other things in our department. And Kenny and Tyler have taken on additional responsibilities as a result of that, going out in the field, like I said, with those parking, landscaping inspections, zoning complaints and compliance. I just could not justify bringing somebody in just for food trucks. So
Okay.
we've kind of spread those duties out and having Taylor, our new hire, really focus on just the front desk, just the permits, plot plans, like all of those, the secretary type work,
Mhm.
really trying to spread that out.
Yeah, and something else we're able to do, just give an example, just this week alone, 2 different fireworks vendor tents had went up without permits. The other is there was a building on the county line that was being painted, literally a hideous color, and got that stopped.
Was it yellow?
Yes.
It's definitely yellow.
Man, listen, I'm gonna let you know, I drove by that 5 times.
Yeah,
And I missed it. My
Yeah.
wife yelled at me.
it was just the roof initially, but we caught that, and then
And then the beautiful mural on the side
Yeah.
that was going to be there.
And another
So,
big issue we've got exactly is a lot of businesses that have been around for a while are starting to let some of their buildings dilapidate a little bit, I guess you'd say. And so in illegal signage, things of that nature. So we really have stepped up that for particular.
You guys have really put the planning department in a position to be more proactive rather than reactive. So I appreciate
that's
you
great to
doing
hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
The, on page 11 under revenues, the second line on there is food truck vendor permits. Is that where these fees would be captured?
Yes.
Page 11.
I only have mine, sorry.
Oh, yes.
It only shows $300.
We've only issued like 30 permits so far, but summer is just now picking up.
Yeah, well, a lot of it too is they've been bypassing the process
Oh.
and not following the rules. So we're going to have to probably have some assistance from
We
one of our other
have
departments to capture
A
that
lot of violators.
through some enforcement.
So can we make it where the first, do we have like a tiered process? First
They
one's a
get
warning.
fined.
2nd,
We're
okay.
really trying to focus on educating them right now.
Sure.
And that takes a lot of time. So a lot of chasing. So this first year, it's not probably going to look like we're bringing in a lot of money because we're so busy trying to educate them on all the things they have to get through our department and also the fire department with Mr. Blaine Myers too on our fire marshal requirements. So
Well, we can probably pick on this like off the record. Of course, I don't want to get too granular, but is it the HOAs that are, bringing these folks in and the violators? Okay, gotcha.
Dale Webb is a big violator. Baird Farms was a big violator. We finally got
Feel free
They
to
were
call
name
names.
dropping. Exactly.
I'll just say them.
We're not saying
they're
anybody,
watching.
but yeah,
Contact my department, please. We'll get you legal.
I got you.
But we are actively, we learn every Monday we're on social media trying to get their schedules for the week, trying to educate them. It's
That's
a
great.
lot of
Okay.
clerical work right now on those.
Okay. Well, obviously you guys have done a great job trying to build this program up. So obviously there's going to be some kinks. So that's good to hear.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is building and codes,
Page 48.
the page before planning.
Any red line items on this?
No, sir.
Okay.
It's really one request. Yeah. Basically, just want to ask you if you had any new additions this year.
There's a couple line items that we increased this year. We're having to update our plan review software. So we had to increase that line item to cover that cost. We're also having to purchase 4 new iPads with chargers and cases. So when we go on the new software, the customers can come in and we can hand them a tablet to apply for their permit and try to cut back on as much paper as we can.
Sure.
Other than that, increased our fuel budget a little bit because we're running a little tight on that this year. The way fuel keeps going up and down. So
How are we on the service on the equipment?
what the service on our,
Yeah, just on your equipment.
we're keeping up with it.
Keeping up on it?
Yes.
Okay. And then I know there was a question in there initially because we had some discussion about the volunteer contributions of that employee.
Mhm.
Did we get that all worked out? Where the employee, obviously the employee left and then there was that discussion there.
We did, Commissioner.
So all that's worked
Yeah.
out. So we have a new employee there that understands the process and all that? Okay. That's great.
And it actually ended up being a different department.
It was a different department. Okay. That's great. Okay. All right. Let me know when that department comes up. We can find out what happened there on
Yeah.
that side too. Okay.
I'd also like to thank you guys for purchasing the building on Clemens because we're enjoying that quite a bit.
Yeah, that's great. Is there anything we should have done different?
As far as,
Streamlining the process. Is there anything that we need to be doing differently?
I don't think so.
Because right now, that building is still a shell, right? It's being critiqued right now and for future growth, it's something that's important to me, making sure that, that we have a plan in place that we don't just get blindsided by.
Right. There's a lot of potential there. So I think we're
We're in a
going
good
the right
shape.
direction.
Okay. It's great.
Yeah, you're very tight on gas.
Yeah.
You'll be hitchhiking before July.
Did we amend anything last year?
No.
Nothing.
Nothing.
That's interesting.
Very good.
Pretty good.
Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Kirk.
Thank you.
All right, next is IT, and that's on pages 31 and 32.
We got some red items here, sir.
You got what?
We cut a little bit.
That's a lot of red items.
Oh, you're cutting?
You got
Yeah.
some jumps.
Well,
So do we eliminate safety in any way?
no, not
Safety is still good?
the command post.
Yeah, and then reduce the van a little bit.
Yeah, no, the command post was the big item that, was obviously needed, but it's a cut we can move to next year. We can pump it out on the road.
Can you elaborate on the command post?
The command post is the mobile command post we roll out for events, for emergency events, but also for sometimes community events. And, but it's where the police and fire run their, incidences out of. The IT department just runs it because we typically roll it out and get it ready to go when they need it. So we're kind of on call for that kind of thing. But have you seen it? I don't know if you've seen it.
I believe I've seen something, but I don't know if that was
It's-
technically called the command post, but
It's what we call a command post.
Okay.
So
is it the
it's
trailer
a
that's
trailer,
moved
yeah, a
around?
Trailer and a truck. But,
Okay.
Could
but
also
it
be
is
called an RV
Yeah.
by the untrained eye.
Yeah, I was, it's incognito, you know what I mean? It blends in with the crowd.
That's right.
It blends in with the crowd, right? So that's great.
But it does. It does it. It gets the job done. But it's not.
Yeah, that's it. Stealth.
Stealth, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Hey, guys, tell them the first one was a pop-up tent.
yeah.
basically,
Yeah.
on command post.
It's okay. It's okay. We're moving up. We're moving in the right
We're
direction.
Yeah.
So the 875,000, that was going to be a big RV that had all fiberglass and it was
This
going to
is
be,
like it was a big RV with you could roll in and set up with one button push. And I don't know if you probably never seen us set this thing up, but it's a 2-man, 30-minute operation to get it, to get it going. But I mean, it works. I mean, it gets it done. It's just not ideal. And so
Sure.
at some point, we'd like to upgrade that. It doesn't have to be this year, but at some point we'd like to do it.
Okay.
So,
Well, I think it'd be wise, obviously, if it's going to be like a not this year, next year, maybe at least make sure you put something in the budget as reserves for this year, and then piecemeal it for next year. That could be an option. I don't know, but again, just wanted to know what the command mobile center was. I just wanted to feel it out.
no, it's like I said, it's our command post is what we currently have.
Gotcha.
But the IT budget is number-wise is pretty much status quo from last year. I would like to add an additional position as called security system technician, a part-time position. Basically, this is we have 210 cameras around the city that a lot of times they just need cleaning, they need maintenance, they need and we don't really sometimes find out about it until one of these guys reports it and says, this thing is down, but they don't notice it until it's needed. And so the video footage is needed about something. And so this would help be proactive in that regard. But in addition to that, this person would also do access control. So a lot of times we wouldn't have to call the access control folks out to come fix things, when that issue arises. But we currently, and we have 12 facilities right now that have access control, and that's going all the time as well. We currently build all our police covert and overt camera systems in-house. And so this person would help with that as well. And then also could help run some low voltage cables here and there when required. I mean, I'm not talking, they wouldn't be able to outline a whole building, but if we needed 1 or 2 cables run here and there, that kind of person. This is,
And this is only part-time?
yeah, I think it could be a part-time gig.
I mean, 275 cameras. So if they go around and they hit 1 camera a day, right? And then
Well, all
do
they do is
everything.
sit there and watch them and then kind of.
Oh, I thought they'd be going out to the field and
Well, they
managing
would,
them.
but I'm just thinking like they set aside a day and maybe that's for Monday Park and, in the fire department down there,
Sure.
and they go down there and they clean and clean the hinges and get everything prepped and make sure everything's working and ready to go. And they do another one the next day when they come. They here maybe 2 or 3 days a week. And that's the way I see it. And we can always change it later if it can. But I do think this is needed. It'd be very helpful.
So who's currently doing it right now?
We do it as we can, but it's on an as-needed basis. It's when somebody reports something down or something, we go after it and look. And then if we can't get it, if it's a camera that's on a tower or something, we have a company we call out that comes out and does that for us. But that's just
Yeah.
so this would do away with that.
So we can bring it in-house now if we had that employee then can go up there on a boom truck and take care of it. So do we have a boom truck?
We have 2 boom trucks.
We do.
Yeah, we have 2 boom trucks.
Okay.
So and
Okay. That's great.
so anyway, this is a thought for that.
Now, back up. So this is a part-time position and it's primarily to be proactive to wipe camera lenses,
So camera maintenance. So
camera maintenance.
So in installation
access control.
maintenance. So here's some other things they could do, and I will tell you this. We the retiree from a company that we currently use to do some of this stuff that just come available. I think that's the person I'm kind of looking at. But he's able to do installations, new installations as well. So say this new, what do we call the daycare? What do we call it?
Annex.
It's the other annex.
Yeah, the other end. So that building, he could do the installations because it's all lower level. It's a small facility. So the cameras we're having, we could just, in a lot of these instances, I could just buy the equipment. He can install, saves us a lot of money. So now it wouldn't help us in PD. That's too big. But some of these small installations, replacements of cameras when they happen because they do die. When you have this many cameras out there, they'll just up and have issues, and you got to buy the equipment. But he could install them instead of calling a company out to do it. But and then again, not just that, but the access control stuff I think would be helpful as well. We use I'm not going to say what the access controllers we use here, but we're the same across the city, and just somebody with experience in that nature could save us a lot of money. I've got the actual figures, but I don't want to bore you with it. And let's see, any more questions on this person or this idea? On other notes of the operating budget, in 200, we've got the next phase of the document scanning project, which this phase is still going on, but nearing completion, which was building, HR, and planning. Next fiscal year will be the finance department, which is scanning all those documents. And then on 245 went up, and again, 245 is almost always primarily due to additional circuits for additional buildings. We've got the new fire halls, the new we have to get a new AT&T switch internet connection for Motorola. I've got to get 2 MOP alert circuits for the fire department, and then of course the new police department building, and then additional in-car and body cams. It's the same stuff every year as they go up. And 314 increases are primarily due to licensing. Basically, again, as you increase body count, and you've got Microsoft licensing is increasing, and then a replacement for Intergov with this new software called GovBelt, which we did last year, but this is just a license for that. And then 533 is the same thing, again, due to its additional computer leases for staff and copier site costs and stuff like that. Mostly all of what we have is operating tied directly to new buildings, new people, and that kind of stuff. Capital budget notes in 944 is where we've got money for like a mid-sized pickup truck for this security tech person. So if that passes, this would be needed. If not, then not. And then in 948, we're replacing some firewalls in Charlie Daniels and Station 1 Fire Hall. And then 949, we've got HVAC mini splits for IT closets at the animal control and Charlie Daniels Park, and also the booth back here.
Wait a minute, we're going to do mini splits for,
Animal control, the IT closets.
okay,
So-
the IC closet. Okay, sorry. I thought we were going to put those in for the animals.
No, it's a building. It's a little room closet right outside.
Sure.
of those
I think Charlie Daniels has like a little portable unit in now.
It does. And so does this room back here. But you run into the issue with
Condensation.
yeah, it's awful. So
Humidity, yeah.
So then we're looking at adding the big delta here is the additional security cameras, mostly replacing NVRs at the garage, Public Works garage, range, and Mundy Park. Adding additional security cameras at the South Tower, the City Hall Annex, the Station 2 Fire Hall, Station 1, 2, and 3 Fire Hall, and 71 East Hill. Adding to cover that fenced area, and the front area has no coverage. But that, in a nutshell, unless you've got questions, that's the gist of it.
So for example, can you highlight line 245, just kind of bring me up to speed on that while we jump from 187 to 320?
245.
Well, Dana, while he's looking at that, I noticed this has the 5 columns. It's got the amended budget in there. So you're just calling out this
Oh.
is amended budget in this one, because some of them just have
Sorry.
the 4 columns on that
Yeah,
side.
I forgot. It looks like some of them I forgot to hide those columns because when we do the budget, we only put in the amended, the actual last year, the amended, and then the projected.
Yeah, I was trying to
Sorry.
figure out why this one was different.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to figure,
I
yeah.
will fix that.
So which column do we need to be looking at as our,
So 245, or column 245.
Okay, so 245 is jumping mainly due to the police department requesting to supply city-issued cell phones to every police officer. That's 49 officers at we've had $24,000. New employees, I have 12 employees here that I had been told earlier. So I budgeted for every one of them to get a city cell phone. That may not happen, but that's $6,000. Basically, $500 a line, whoever gets the city bill.
Per year?
Yeah, per year.
Okay.
But the phone, the hardware is free. It's just the service you pay for. And then again, the big outlier here is the circuits. So I'm having to pay for 2 Motorola circuits for the radio system, $24,000, 2 mock alert circuits, and these are budget numbers. So these are numbers that came from AT&T for the Motorola side. But it's they may or may not be accurate. They're going to be definitely enough to cover it. But 2 mock alert circuits for the same amount, $24,000. The new PD building, the circuitry for the new PD, we got $20,000. And then the new station 3, we got $10,000. That'll only happen if we get there, so when the buildings get ready and to come online, we've got to bring that stuff up and running. So it's
Is the circuitry for the new PD, is this expense associated? Is this one-time expense or an ongoing expense?
it is the cost of the circuit themselves. So that $24,000, we don't know what was PD, $20,000 is for the circuits themselves. So that would be the annual expense for that circuit. And it's backup circuits as well. So it's via TDS and the Comcast, and I think we can put a Starlink in there as well. So it is a full coverage for the thing to get up and running.
But we would be, is there
Not the
any
hardware. That's not the
any
hardware.
possibility that we're making disconnecting the existing circuits or going to a lower type of circuit for the existing building if they're moving out of
Well-
that one into the new one?
I mean, you could. I didn't account for that. I left it as it was because
Don't know what's
I don't know what the use is
Gotcha.
gonna be, So we can always adjust later. But I'm just assuming that it's all going to be the same.
Are we staying competitive on these phones? I mean, obviously, like we're increasing 65 phones. I mean, companies do this every year. They go out just like we do with insurance, like Dana was just talking about. Are we staying competitive on this or?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm inundated with the salespeople all the time.
Yeah.
They come to me too.
Yeah.
Do they?
So, they wanted to come and compare the latest rates and the latest
Yeah.
phones, the latest plan. And so, we're always trying to keep that up and standardized. But, another thing is coverage in this area. So I don't know some of you guys have AT&T, but if we have some cell phone coverages, the carriers that are just don't get good service in Mount Juliet. And Verizon does. Verizon still has this problem. I mean, everybody goes to Providence, knows that, but they're addressing those with some mini
Repeaters, yeah.
But for the most part, Verizon is your best bet
They
in
are.
Mount Juliet.
Yep.
But we test that sometimes. I mean, every couple of years, T-Mobile guys, well, I probably shouldn't, but they'll come out and they'll say, I've got the best, and we'll go out and we'll get Rob to identify some spots on a map, and we'll randomly do speed tests in those locations and single stream tests in those locations, and trying to make sure we have the best thing.
Sure.
And,
Just asking, that's a big jump, $150,000 just in that
a
one
lot of
line
that is
item.
Building circuits more than anything.
Okay.
The phones are honestly relatively cheap.
That's not an endorsement of any one
No,
carrier.
That is not an endorsement.
I was just sitting thinking of that, maybe an ethics challenge right there. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, crap. We just got out of one and here we are back into another one. We're going to make Channel 2 news tonight. Yeah. Okay. No, so I guess, just like the mayor was saying, it's, for next one. So just like I asked, just so everybody sees it, I'm going to ask, did we amend anything from last year to this year? Because I want to see how close we are from last year's budget to this year's budget, and what is our projection for 2025, right? So
I do not believe we amended that.
we didn't do anything for your
Well,
department.
we would-
Okay.
You could see it on this one. You can see it because you have the original and the amended.
Yeah.
Well, I see a jump from 260,000 in salaries to 528.
That's not a mistake.
Is that the hidden column?
No.
All right.
That, are you talking about the estimated column? That
Yes.
first one? That's January's numbers. So when I do these books, when I started, I pulled all the numbers from January.
Yeah, I
And
just
then-
crossed that column out.
Yeah, don't look at that column.
Thank you.
It means nothing. It's my starting point for what am I projecting for the end of the year.
Okay.
Any more questions?
Hey, wait a minute. One last thing. The cameras that we currently have, I know you were dealing with some contract issues and all that. Did we get any credits back from the fact that they couldn't cover our service? We had all those issues with a lot of the cameras. Remember that with the plate readers and everything?
Oh, yeah, plate readers. We actually got that covered, so that we didn't pay them until we actually had everything up and running, if I remember that right.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, that was right? We did not pay them until such time as they had everything up and running, could capture all the blue plates
Yeah.
at night.
So everything's taken care of now? No more issues?
Nope.
And did that cost the city any additional income?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Just wanted to validate that. I know that was several months back, but hadn't heard anything. I knew you guys had already addressed it, but I just figured, let's see if it's going to affect our budget in any number. So thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is fire. That's pages 45, 46, and 47.
Any changes since this was posted?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, sir.
All right.
Hello,
Yes, sir.
good evening. How are you all? I was going to go ahead and echo Mark Kirk's comments on the building. Working out fantastic for our department. It's had a couple of extra added benefits. I mean, one is the storage for our ambulances, the reserve ambulances, now that we have additional ambulances to have a couple of reserves. We're using that building for storage, but it's also benefiting us because we're using it actually as a training facility. And so we're doing a lot of our practical based training there. And because it's more than 2 acres and we're using it as a training facility, it'll actually count for ISO credit fully in that category. And so that building is going to have tremendous benefits for us on ISO requirements as well. So I commend the board. Of course, that was done before I became employed here, but I really commend the board on that purchase and what that facility is being utilized for. It's a fantastic building for us. And I think the customers that come in for the building department, et cetera, are happy to see a nice building that they're coming into to do business with the city. And so thank you all for that.
That's great.
And I will say, just go ahead and get into those. We did amend the budget twice this past year.
Mhm.
The first one was, I believe, in December for the purchase of the property for the new Station 3, as well as some other expenses for the architect and contractual things, and to where we could keep that up. And that is progressing very well. Should be going out for requests for qualifications within the next week or two to get everything out, to get a design build firm on board with that. Hopefully still on track to break ground late July, early August, as far as the groundbreaking goes, and getting everything on track there. The tenant that was still in the property, they're almost finished moving out. So I expect them to be completely out of the property within the next 2 weeks. So it'll be a little bit early. We had them coming out on June the 30th. But I believe it'll be a little bit earlier than that when they're coming out of the building. And the second amendment was for the purchase of ambulances and staff vehicles to put the squads in place. We did that kind of later I guess in February or March or somewhere in that time frame. We already have acquired 1 ambulance. We've got 2 other ambulances that are on their way, probably late May or around June now, I think is what we're getting. June
Actually-
for those.
Just a quick interruption, because there will be a change. I talked to Eric today. They're not going to be able to get that second ambulance until probably after the fiscal year. So we are going to be adding a rollover. So they won't be spending everything as budgeting, but we're going to be adding a rollover to that for
Okay.
next year. So
It's great.
And in addition to the rollover, we also are rolling over the funding, the majority of the funding at least, and I think all of it is slated to be rolled over for the renovation to Station 1. That was $550,000. We will not expend nearly all of that or much of that at all. We're going to put that out for bid soon. So we don't anticipate spending a lot of that and getting started on that renovation. And then the other rollover was for
Station 3 land, the additions for Station 3 land.
yeah, the additions.
Okay.
Any other questions related to that? Or
Nothing to those line items.
Okay. Chief Edwards, you want to go over and?
Yeah, no, pretty much the biggest jump that we had in line items was operating supplies, which is 320 under EMS. And it's really for the cost of the drugs that we use and the equipment. Epinephrine, for instance, used to be $16 for a case, and now it's close to 40. So most of that is because of those supplies. I don't anticipate it getting that high, but with our call volume and to replace those drugs, it's kind of that's the reason for the main jump.
How are we with attic stock as we're adding on these ambulance and different, the fire truck and everything?
That's where
Is
it
that
comes
all?
from.
Well, I'm saying outside of the supplies, I'm saying the tool, the tool equipment, all of that. Is that in this budget right here
It is.
to be able to
Yes, sir.
supply all that? And what line item is that?
It's under capital. It's under the capital under fire. You'll see those things such as, we actually narrowed it down under where he says 2 times on the pumper equipment. And you'll see SCBA equipment, extrication tools, all those are listed in separate lines under capital under 940.
940. Okay. So we're in good standings for supplies for these, for all this new equipment.
We are.
And do we have attic stock just in case? Because I know that was the biggest concern, is making
This-
sure that.
This will provide for the backup engines to be fully complemented, where we're not robbing
Yep.
one vehicle
One truck, yep.
to have to put it into reserve status.
Okay.
This equips them.
Awesome.
Which also gives us the ability to put extra trucks in service that are fully equipped. Should we have a major incident, we could recall personnel to come in and staff the city, or if we have natural disaster or something like that, extra staffing, to have that equipment on, still answering the calls that are for service that are happening with the fully staffed reserve apparatus.
Perfect.
That's going to put us in a unique situation. That's having getting the 2 new pumpers in. It'll put us in a situation where we've had reserve apparatus for the first time in those pumpers in the
awesome.
history of our department. So it's going to be a nice situation to be in.
Okay. There was a discussion in there for a training specialist. I thought we hired a training specialist already, correct? Came from Murfreesboro, or no? How'd that work
No,
out?
he came actually from Nashville.
From Nashville, I'm sorry.
We had with all the EMS classes and fire class certification courses to try to kind of develop our own people. The need was there because we're finishing up an EMT class now. We hope to do an AEMT class and eventually hope to do a paramedic class, as well as all the multiple other levels of certification that the Tennessee Fire Commission offers. We're going to host them in-house. We decided to cut that position, and we're going to run a little bit leaner where we need to, and kind of sacrifice it to absorb some of the other priorities.
So, sorry, Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
I just got to have one more question. So, with that training, is our department still going to be fully cross-trained, or is that going to affect that?
They'll be fully cross-trained. We'll just have more people step up to the plate to do teaching that are maybe off duty or in that, so to speak.
Oh, that's
If that
great.
makes sense.
Actually, with the recruit class that we're going to be doing in-house this fall, I think we've got 9 people so far that are going to be in that recruit class. Instead of them having to go to the Tennessee Fire and Codes Academy, we will do that class in-house.
Okay.
Because they're already our personnel that we hired that had EMS training.
Mhm.
And so we'll put them through the fire training. So hopefully by the end of December, all of those personnel, every person that we have will be cross-trained to fire. And then we have already started the process of going from what is kind of the minimum level of certification in EMS is emergency medical responder, which is kind of they used to call it first responder level based. And that's a certification, not a licensure through the state. We've already upgraded all of those personnel to EMT. They're finishing up with their class within the next 2 weeks, and they'll be sitting for their licensure exam for that. And then they will be attending in late December, or sometime in December or January, we'll be starting an advanced EMT class of our own that will have them trained by June of next year. We anticipate everybody in the department being cross-trained.
That's awesome.
And at this point in time, we're only hiring EMTs or advanced EMT firefighter trained personnel. We're only really hiring that person to come onto our department in any way that we can. That way they've already got that training and we don't have to train them as they come in the door. They've already got that level of training and we can go on with their professional development from there.
I want to go over the personnel request. We've got a deputy fire marshal. A few years ago, we didn't have a sheriff fire marshal. So now we've got a deputy. 3 fire lieutenants, I assume these are new positions.
Yes.
And then it says 6 firefighters reduced to 3. So that's 6. And you got some upgrades in here. Walk us through those positions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The on-shift positions, the lieutenants and the firefighter positions are to increase our staffing levels to help us be able to staff both the quick response vehicles and our companies that are out there to maintain our staffing. We have been able to put on a 3rd squad on occasion, but because of staffing levels, we can very rarely staff that 3rd squad to full complement. And oftentimes we're not staffing. A lot of times we're only staffing 1 squad, and at times we're not able to staff a squad at all, which means we're running medical calls with the fire engines, which we would like to be able to run those with the quick response vehicles. And so that's what the squads are called, are the quick response vehicles for those. The lieutenants are that's basically what is always referred to in the fire service as a company officer position. We had some of those positions approved in last year's budget. We've hired those. We've got those on board for the engine companies, but we still have the ladder company that does not have any supervisory personnel on it, a company officer. And that lieutenant position is to add that supervisory level to the ladder truck that we have in service of the tower that's in service at Station 1. And so that's to have that company officer making those initial decisions on scenes, as well as leading the personnel on that company, as is typically done, within the fire service. And then the deputy fire marshal's position is to, what Jennifer was talking about Brent helping out with a lot of the issues that we're having and trying to be proactive and addressing issues in our community. That position is very much so to help out with that. Brent has been very busy in a lot of cases. He's only really addressing new building construction and complaints that we receive on fire codes violations, as well as the fireworks, and doing the inspections with those and any other inspections that we need or things that come in. And so this position would help out tremendously there. But it would also help with something that I've been asked about from some of the commissioners in the last year that I've been here, is doing annual inspections. And we haven't been having the capability of doing annual inspections. This deputy fire marshal's position would help us tremendously with being able to do annual inspections in businesses and get out there annually. I would say that there's a lot of businesses in Mount Juliet that haven't been inspected fire inspected since they went into business as that business after they got their CO. And this would help us be proactive and help on those safety measures and doing all those things and getting into those businesses on an annual basis.
That was me, by the way. I'll take ownership of that. Mayor, just so you know that we had a situation where, and this is what brought it up to my attention, we had a tornado, was it warning? And we had a very large store push out all the customers out to their cars versus keeping them in the building. And it was just a manager that had no clue. So, and I think that day, I think we had, did we have a tornado that day, or was it just
very, very strong straight line winds?
Yeah, straight line winds. That's what it was. So, but a lot of damage, and that's where it was just lack of knowledge. So the fire chief, or was it the inspector? Sorry, I don't want to get his title wrong. Fire marshal. Sorry. It's been a long day. But the fire marshal went up there, and sure enough, it was against their company policy. It was just lack of awareness. And then, of course, as we're always promoting shop within, as we all go around our buildings, that's my background. And I'm seeing a lot of things that are just being overlooked, putting our customers at risk when they go into their own buildings. So to go shopping. So it's pretty much needs to be brought to somebody's attention. And that's what these guys are supposed to be doing. So not to mention the other fact is the fact that we hold these builders to a high level to be in compliance, but then that's it. So once we get done with that building that's in compliance, then nothing else happens. So that's where we need to have the involvement of this individual to go out and make sure there's some consistency as the building changes hands or whatever. So there's a lot of just action items that need to be addressed, best way to put it. So I was just asking about inspections.
Also talking about the annual inspections on the daycares.
Mhm.
I know that's a different level. It's,
Yeah, the
Yeah.
state do the daycares and schools.
Okay.
But we still, what we try to do is take a cooperative stance with the state inspectors that are going into those daycares and schools, because we want to know, that they're going in and what violations they may have found, because we're the ones responding.
Mhm.
Even though the state is, going into that, going there, we're the ones that are responding to that building. And of course, with the Knox program that we have with the keys and making sure that those keys are updated, making sure our contact information is updated, and a couple of those things are kind of very, very important things to us to make sure that we do that. And those daycares and schools are along with that. I know that we just recently had West Wilson Middle School that we're getting the Knox keys for to get those installed. That was inspected by the state, not by us. But we have to have that interaction and have the knowledge of the building as well.
and so we do have firsthand knowledge that the state is inspecting them on a
Yes.
regular basis?
Yes.
Okay.
And kind of going into another point about a couple of those things, we're beginning one of the things that we haven't been able to do a lot, and we're going to start doing quite a bit, is called pre-incident planning. It's totally different than a fire inspection. It is our companies going out and getting familiar with businesses, all the businesses in our jurisdiction, getting the key holder information, making sure that the keys and key fobs that are in their Knox boxes, that we're able to access the building, where the hazards are in the building, where the electrical cutoffs are, where the roof access is, all those different things. We're starting that program. Rob Ely has been tremendously helpful in getting that ready. We've actually got a conference call tomorrow with ESRI. It's a GIS-based location service that we're going to start in July, where we'll be gathering all that information. So our companies, in addition to the inspections, we're also going to be visiting the businesses and doing those pre-incident plan updates. But as part of that, in addition, the funding that's in here on the Knox program, there's two different line items that are under the Knox program and then under med vaults under the Knox. One of the things that we have been doing in the past, because we did not always have a fire department when this was initiated, the Knox program is a secure lock vault on a building, and we have keys that are secured on our fire apparatus to where we can access that building at any time if there's a fire or a fire alarm or anything going on, without having to break a door, because breaking a commercial door is quite expensive for the building owner, and we've got that program. It's required by code, but we have been sharing that program with WEMA ever since we became a fire department. And so we have shared keys. They have access to our buildings in the city. We have access to theirs, and it really hasn't been an issue so far, but we've got 460 Knox vaults in the city of Mount Juliet. And with us getting more and more, and with WEMA continuing to grow as a department and us continuing to grow as a department, we felt that it was in our best interest to go ahead and separate at this point in time. And we're already going to be visiting the businesses anyway. And so as part of this program that's in the budget, we will be changing out the keys, the locks on those Knox vaults, and switching them over to a Mount Juliet only key system, which will be our keys that will be kept on the trucks and secure both in the vaults and in what they're called key secures and some of the apparatus that'll hold that key in place. And then we have basically a two-factor authentication process to get that key out for each one of our individuals that we can audit at any time and know who has access to that building, because the security of that system is paramount. If we had one failure of that, it would mess up the integrity of the entire system and us being able to do any of that. And that's just not allowable. And we want to make sure that it's something that we kind of make sure that we're doing at all times.
Are you covering page 47 as well, the EMS funds?
I can. What questions do you have for it?
We've run 3 ambulances the entire budget year previous, correct? Because that went online.
Just since October.
Yeah.
The third one came online in October.
Okay. I couldn't remember if that was partial year in the budget year or not, but it was partial. So that explains some of the differences in this from the projections for the current years and the requested amounts.
Yes.
It's just growing pains on budgeting. I know it's new. It's new for all of us.
Yeah, we ran 2 ambulances from basically May to October timeframe where we ever put the third one on in October. But since then, we've run 3 since October of 23.
And directly with that, the amount of times that we've had to request mutual aid from WEMA to provide ambulance support because we're out of ambulances and had, with both ambulances transporting to the hospital has been very minimal, less than 10 a month, essentially every month since we've put that in place. In single digits every single month since then, whereas it was before when we only had 2 ambulances running, we were probably requesting them 20 to 30 times a month to answer calls in the city. And so we're much better able to help take care of our citizenry by having that third ambulance on.
Now, did we utilize some type of service that we were working with the insurance companies to be able to help offset this cost? And how is that working?
Yes, we use AMB as a billing company, and we always bill the insurance. We take Medicare assignment. We have to by law. And
Sure,
so
I
all the
understand.
Medicare and Medicaid assignments, that's what we take. And that's where you'll see a lot of the write-offs. They're not because we're forgiving everyone's bill. That's where we're accepting Medicare assignment, which is less than what we would bill
Sure.
from the government. But typically, the commercial insurance companies will pay most to all of the bill. They may have negotiated or contracted prices in, but that's how we're able to bill as well as we are is by using AMB in that billing cycle and letting them do the billing and that. But I also commend our EMS staff or all of our staff for a big part of that's getting reports in on time and making sure that they're accurate when they're submitted. And so Chief Newman, I give kudos to him and our EMS lieutenants that are on each shift and how they're managing that to make sure that that goes, because without them being accurate, we would not receive the billing even that we receive back. We're extremely successful compared to other places in our billing returns on where we're at.
Yeah, looks like we're estimating 1.2 in billing coming up. Your operations and capital come out to 1.1, so it's offsetting all of that. It is kind of hard in from a budgeting standpoint because all your personnel is captured in the fire budget. So
Yes.
it's kind of hard to see where we're at as far as that. But I know you've got cross-trained people. It's difficult to split them.
Yeah.
Johnny's 60%, Sammy's 12.
And they are mutually beneficial on
Both
fire
ways.
scenes and EMS costs.
But that's good that has been successful as it has been as far as that cost recapture. It's almost from equipment standpoint and capital standpoint. It's it is. It's covering its own costs from those standpoints.
Yes. And I will go ahead and answer one request that kind of came in to us. And I know that we always say shop local, and at any time that we're going to do that, we can. But someone asked us why, within the last week or two, why their bills were going to Kentucky for the billing through AMB. But there is nobody in Wilson County that does this type of billing. There's a lot of HIPAA requirements and information privacy and everything else that goes along with that within this. And there's no one local that has the capabilities that this company has of doing all of that and maintaining the privacy and all the security aspects of that. And we feel very comfortable with them and the relationship that we have with them. And if there was somebody local, we would definitely look at being able to use them, but there's no one that we have found local that has that capability.
And they pay for $30,000 worth of our reporting software every year.
Yeah, they actually furnish our records management system for us from the billing aspects of it to be able to do the billing with.
And what line item are they?
They're not in a line item. They're
I say 'cause
Contractual services.
Yeah, so I didn't see them in here. That's why I was
Contractual
asking.
services,
Okay.
they take a fee
Okay,
off of
that's what they
what
are.
we
Really?
obtain.
Okay. All righty.
Anything else?
I don't
Thank
have
you,
any other
guys.
questions. Thank you.
I'm so sorry for this next one. It's parks. Page 56.
Must be bad. You're already apologizing. They even got up to the seats yet. Jeez, oh Pete's. This is
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Mayor and Board of Commissioners, there are a couple of changes. I met with Mr. Lee this morning, and I'm going to give him and Mr. Potts, who's in the audience, a little bit of a shout out. We're trying to do some additional trimming, and I sat down with Rocky. And so what we're going to do is actually have a person that serves in our City Beautiful department fulfill the role that Rocky was wanting to fill with his right-of-way operator. So that'll save us that entire position. It just shows the work can be done when two departments work together. So that person will transfer to Parks from April to November, and then back to City Beautiful. And that way you get that year-round balance of having that employee there. So I want to thank him on that. And then the other is for Parks, is a Parks clerk that he had asked for. He's going to eliminate that as well and handle those duties with current staff.
quick question. So the individual, let's just say employee A that was in what department?
City Beautiful.
City Beautiful. And now they're rolling over to Parks. So was that a part-time position that now turned into full-time, or how'd that work?
Full-time, and we're just going to back off on some of the duties that they do during that time to be picked up by other City Beautiful personnel.
Mhm.
And what's good about this particular employee is they started out originally as a seasonal employee mowing grass. So they have the experience, the safety training, and all those other things. So they're cross-trained to work back and forth between departments.
Okay.
So I want to thank them for that, because that was two additional people that we talked about this morning.
Well, Kenny just stole all my thunder. I was gonna tell y'all what I gave away. He took it. But now he called me this morning. He had a very good plan. We agree with 100% at Park. And I'd like to thank Kenny for his leadership stuff, bringing us in today. And he didn't cut me up too bad with the Ginsu knife. I could live with what he gave us. So, but no, I just want to start out and thank you guys for what you do and for keeping me around another year. I can't believe I made it here. So, but I just want to let you know that your Parks Department's coming in this year at over $800,000 under what we were last year. I know we're not building fields and stuff, but we still under $800,000, giving up those two employees. That helped to get us down there. Basically, what we want to do is really take care of the people that's working for us right now, take care of the in-house people, make sure they're paid. And that's pretty much what we're focused on, is to get my mower guys and the guys in orange out there that mow and weed eat. The grass don't stop growing, and make sure I think we moved them to facilities maintenance. We're not asking to top nobody out. We're not asking to take them to top. We just want to make their top outs to where they can reach out something more respectful, more urgent with what they're doing.
Well, the best part is that you had changed the titles, and because
Yes, sir.
they weren't getting credit for what they were doing behind the scenes,
Exactly.
which was saving the city a lot of maintenance and welding, correcting all their equipment.
Right.
And so if anything, we were kind of cutting them up a little bit. And thanks to capturing that, we can be able to get that corrected now, correct?
Yes, sir. A lot of your parks, we try to do everything in-house. We don't bring in many plumbers. We don't bring in many electricians. If we've got a leak under concrete, we'll cut our own concrete. We'll dig down, we'll find the leak, and we'll fix it in-house, saving thousands of dollars. And we do this annually. And the good thing about it, my guys do this, and there's no PIO or taking pictures. Nobody getting us on the thing,
You're not catching
it's done
snakes.
behind the scenes. And it's what people don't realize. And that's my job, to get it out there and to let you know, I'm proud of these guys and these women that work for me. They're the ones that make this city what it is. It ain't me. They're the ones that make this department what it is. It's not me.
Yeah.
I've got a team around me. And also, I want to thank you for letting Miss Melinda Troutman come to me. She has been a blessing. She's been a real hit. She's put some brains in the Parks Department on my administrative side for me. And she's done a great job. I mean, we couldn't move like we do right now without her. And I want to thank y'all for allowing her to come over.
Yeah, and Mayor and Commissioner, we'd be remiss if we didn't thank the citizens and the commission for stepping up. You think of all the parks activities and functions and fields and greenway trails and all that you've stepped up and budgeted recently. I think of the daycare and what we're going to be doing there, the cornhole pad, the pickleball courts and football fields and multi-purpose fields and parks. And I know I hear a lot from the residents how much we appreciate that, and we're thankful for that.
We are.
I know our residents are. I
Mhm.
mean, I'll tell you, it's just to see our parks and then to see, like you could tell when you pull out of the city of Mount Juliet. You
You
can tell
can.
when you move. You start hitting these surroundings and you start seeing potholes,
Right.
trash along the road. It's just, and then our parks look just amazing. So hopefully we keep some of these residents that, you think that
Right.
you can never keep happy. All of a sudden, magically, they start seeing these smaller playgrounds for these little kids. They got some opportunity, right? So,
And Kenny preaches, quality over quantity. That's what he's teaching us from front, and that's what we try to give you, quality over quantity.
Yep.
We want to make sure what we put out there is the proper thing, and we're going to put our name on it. It's going to be done right the first time.
it's great. I don't have anything on my end. Mayor, do you have anything? Same question I asked the other folks, just to throw it out there. Did we amend his budget last year?
We did. We amended for the annex building that came on late.
Yep.
Into here, something we didn't see that was going to be for sale. We did annex that. I mean, we did that amendment, and I think we made an amendment to bring Ms. Troutman on.
Okay.
Right? But that was the two. Both of them were win-wins for everybody. But both of them were unforeseen. We didn't know when we opened the budget last year.
Well, we seen it, just didn't actually. Never mind. That's a whole nother topic.
Oh, don't go there.
That was earlier's meeting, right? Oh, sorry.
In the initial presentation, I know that there was some mass grading listed. Is that for was that for Clemens?
Yes, but it's not in this budget.
That's under Public Works.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's under public
Right.
works budget.
Okay, so do you have anything in here in,
Was that
for
new annex
Clemens, in this year's budget?
for the recreation center coming
Yeah.
up? No, ma'am. We're still way too early.
Yeah.
For that. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, ladies. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
Okay, next is Public Works. It's gonna be 50 through 55, State Street Aid Fund 60 on page 61, and then the capital projects budget 64 through 69.
You didn't apologize for these guys.
I like Matt.
I think y'all took it too easy on Rocky.
You're gonna get an email, right?
All right. So as far as budget amendments this past year, I think we added a plow and a salt spreader after that big storm we had, and realized we need more equipment out there.
Yeah, I don't thank you guys too for stepping up to assisting the state with Salt Mountain Jet Road and 70 when the state got overwhelmed. And I want to thank the commission for the budget amendments to basically double what we had at the time with the salt piles, and for Toby and his work behind the scenes to get the trucks ordered and equipment. And those are ready to go this year. I think the plows are multi-purpose. We can take them off the truck and use the truck for other uses.
It's great.
Yeah. This might have been more on Rocky's budget dealing with the public right-of-way mowing. Are we getting any reimbursements from the state? I know that it was actually Andy that was there at the state when they were talking about reimbursing for cutting the right-of-way.
Oh, cutting state road.
I mean, they obviously not going to pay us to cut it as much as we do, but maybe they pay for one mowing a year or whatever the state
Mayor,
schedule.
that's definitely a great idea, especially since we also.
I know they have a program.
They do, and I need to dig into that and see if that is something they help us with, like they reimburse us on our salt this year, because we do the interchanges as well. And sadly, I know they stay busy. There's a lot of interchanges and right away across the state with TDOT, but we stay on top of our interchanges, which is uncommon. I think typically those are mowed, what, twice a year, maybe, Matt, by the state?
Yeah.
And it gets pretty gnarly. as
Just
you
enough
look
to
at-
see the interchange.
So that's a very good request, Mayor. I'll make a note on that.
And I think we had some budget amendments on some of our capital projects when I was able to get additional grant money on those projects, and we amended the budget to add the grant money.
Okay, thank you. Those are the only two that you recall?
That's, yeah, all I recall. Do you have any? I didn't have a lot this year.
And how about we start on page 50 and work our way
All
through?
right. And I'll also mention, we're not requesting any new positions this year. We're going to continue to stay lean, and we're adequately staffed as of right now. I am requesting a couple reclassifications of current positions. And if we look at page 50, one of those is reclassifying our traffic signal control technician 2 to a traffic field manager. This position has increased in their supervisor role of the employees underneath them, and they've also obtained some certifications, and they're highly qualified. And they also manage contractors when they're working on our signals or installing new signals. So I've requested that their rate increase $2 an hour, which takes them from a little over 70,000 to a little over 75,000 a year pay rate. And that I've looked at surrounding cities at that position, and it's very similar, a little bit below surrounding cities. But I can get you that information if you need it, of the other cities that position is paid. The other personnel request on page 50 is just promoting one of our right-of-way maintenance staff to right-of-way operator. We've done this historically in our department. Our right-of-way maintenance position is our lowest tiered pay class in Public Works. And after they work here so long, get enough years of experience and obtain their CDL license, we typically promote them to right-of-way operator, where they can start operating heavy equipment and things. So it gives those employees a something to look forward to and something to achieve. So we're just budgeting for that one position to get promoted this year.
Very good.
On page.
Any questions on 50 while we're on it?
Oh, yeah.
No.
All right. 51.
Right. We'll continue through the highways and streets budget. 51, there's not a whole lot of change from last year on this one. I'll point out something on page 52 under machinery and equipment. We are requesting a new wheel loader, which is $135,000. Our current one is beyond the state of repair. It's in really bad condition.
What is a wheel loader? A wheel loader.
So Toby can probably explain it better. But
Like a big skid steer, instead of having tracks on it, it articulates in the middle.
Mhm.
It runs up and down the road. It's what we load salt with, and that's
Okay.
why the one we have is in pretty bad shape.
and it loads rock and soil into dump
Gotcha.
trucks and things like that.
Sure.
We
Okay.
use it a lot.
I mean, definition of what you said, it sounds like it's loading wheels. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
Loading wheels.
wheel just mean it's on tires instead of a
That
track.
makes sense. Okay.
We're also requesting 4 new vehicles, 2 F-350s and 2 midsize 4x4 trucks. One of those F-350s will use as a plow in the wintertime, so we'll have 5 plows now instead of 4. And then the other one in the wintertime will have a salt spreader attached to it. It'll do salt only to hit hot spots around the city.
And what's the third F-350 for then?
We're requesting 2 F-350s.
Oh, 2 F-3.
Yeah, 2 mid-size 4x4 trucks. One of those is going to an employee who needs a 4x4. He currently has an Escape. It's not 4-wheel drive, and he's our transportation project manager who he needs to get off on construction sites and have 4-wheel drive. And his current vehicle's pretty old and it has some maintenance issues. The other 4x4 truck will go to our new traffic engineer who's in the engineering department. He doesn't currently have a vehicle. And so if he needs to go out to offsite meetings or go into a signal cabinet and get signal timings from it, he needs a vehicle to use. We don't have a backup currently. So
Okay. Are these like F-150s or F-250s? What are they?
They'll probably very well could be Ford Rangers, Toyotas.
Something small?
Something a little smaller, yes.
Okay, all right. And, you know, I mean, like when you say mid-size pickup truck, I hear like an F-150, F-250, mid-size, right? You know what I mean?
That'd be full.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. All right. I'm just asking. I want to make sure I'm clarifying that. You know, I'm hearing 350s. Those are the big boy trucks,
They're the
right?
big
So,
boy
okay.
Yeah.
Mid-size was the full size 20 years ago.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
And that's all I wanted to point out on highways and streets. So I'll take any questions you have on highways and streets.
Tornado debris cleanup, is that just a placeholder on there?
That's just in case. Yeah.
Feels
Just in case we have a windstorm.
feels wrong to budget for a tornado,
Yeah.
but it feels irresponsible not to.
Any other questions?
How are we looking, mainly for you and your new shop there? I mean, so how are we looking? Because, you know, the biggest thing building that shop was to be able to bring more vehicles in-house. Is there anything that's going to be a help bring more, keeping it from being subbed out to third parties? Are we doing everything in-house?
That was part of the reclassification when we get to that budget.
Yeah, the city garage is next.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry. Then we'll go ahead and
We'll
move
move
on.
on to city garage.
Yep.
So we're requesting two reclassifications on this one as well. We're reclassifying two of our mechanic positions to senior fire apparatus mechanics. So this position will require certain trainings and certifications to operate or to maintain fire trucks and ambulances. One of our current mechanics already has this certification. So we're requesting an additional fire apparatus mechanic to help him out. Toby can speak to this, but he stays constantly busy. Our fire trucks and ambulances need constant service. But you can speak to that.
When we hired the heavy guy last year, when our shop was getting completed, we thought that one guy would be able to take care of fire and public works, sewer equipment, all of our big stuff. That is not the case. With fire having lots of older trucks and ambulances, that is where he stays. So we actually have the position in the budget, but at the rate it was at, you're not going to find somebody that you won't work on your fire trucks. So that's why we asked to have it reclassified up to that. And this person will do fire, ambulance, and also public works, bucket trucks, dump trucks, all that type of stuff.
Okay.
So how's that work being done now?
We're just pushing it off and fitting it in when we can. We try to service everything yearly. In the fall, we try to bring all of our equipment through, change all our filters and do that. And we're just behind on it.
Okay.
This proposes a $2 increase over the senior mechanic position just because of additional certifications it requires to operate on the emergency service vehicles. That brings the proposed annual salary to $81,890. Looking at comparisons of other positions out there from other cities or agencies, a simple mechanic for TVA gets paid $98,220. Hendersonville's senior mechanics $81,505. Brentwood's fire apparatus mechanic, that's their title, is $106,000. And NES pays their fleet mechanic $98,000. So our mechanics are still below kind of some other cities, so that's why we're asking for a little bit of increase to help them out. We want to retain these. We have really good mechanics, and we want to retain them.
How come we don't ever look at Lebanon or Smyrna or Gallatin?
These are just a few he pulled
Because I always
up.
hear Franklin, Brentwood. I mean, again, they're so far on the other side of the city. Great. I'm just asking, I'm just always wondering.
Hendersonville is right across the lake.
Well, yeah. Okay. So I gave you 1 out of 4 that you gave me.
We can get you those numbers.
No. I'm just asking. I don't
that's
know something I've
Lebanon
always
works
been
on their own
asked.
fire engine.
I don't know if Lebanon does their own fire trucks.
Okay. I'm just asking, and that's a great.
Well, we
that's a good
used to
response.
farm that out to a private mechanic, and according to our fire chief, we've saved the city a lot of money bringing that all in house.
Okay.
So it's been a huge blessing.
Yeah,
And
that's
that all
great.
started because you guys gave us the money to build that garage.
Yeah, there's supposed to be an ROI on it, right? So
Yeah.
that's the whole purpose of this.
Mhm.
So it's part of growing city. You got to be able to
Yep.
do the maintenance, because if not, we're going to pay for it on the back end, not the front end. So totally get it.
Any
How are
other
we with
questions?
equipment? One last thing with the equipment out there. So with the garage, obviously safety is always first because, this big truck's got big piece of equipment. Do we have everything in place to make sure our staff don't get hurt?
Yes.
So like the big tires taken off for rotation, we've got something like, some type of
We've got
hoist
the dollies to move
The
them. We got the
dollies.
jacks, the stands.
and,
We have the capability to take our largest fire truck and walk under.
beautiful. Okay. Just want to make sure we're asking these questions. They got to think about the safety for our employees because, that's important. So, okay.
Commissioner, that is a great question because I can think of the days when Toby, who's been here, how many years, Toby?
Fixing to be
25.
25. And Toby, of course, everybody can tell he's a strapping lad. And
With all those big tires moving around.
He used to do that by hand. He would just carry wheels and tires around and things that nature. That is an excellent question. We weren't always as safe as we should have been.
Yeah, 24 years and 11 months. Is that correct?
June the 1st to be 25.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out, he folded up and got into a Chevy Citation station
Cavalier.
wagon.
Cavalier.
Sorry. So I used to kid me with some of the guys said, well, I'm too tall for that vehicle. I'd be like, if Toby Toombs can fit in a Cavalier station wagon, you can fit in a full-size pickup truck.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Quick, Beckwith Road, are you still projecting construction in 2025?
We'll get to capital projects here in a minute, but
Okay.
yeah, I can go ahead and answer it. But we're projecting the quick start project. So
Yeah.
the intersection improvement at Beckwith and South Rutland, where the money's in the budget to start right of way acquisition.
Mhm.
So once right of way acquisition and the utilities move, then we can get to construction on that one. But I have put money in the budget for the construction
Yeah.
and right of way.
Do you still think 2025 construction?
It all depends on how long it takes the utilities to move. That's the biggest question because utilities move at their own pace.
Right.
We're shooting for that, but a lot depends on them.
Okay.
I just won't pay my bill until they move them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
That's
whole
great.
city just refuses to pay the bill.
Well, that's a great question as well. And we've established such a good relationship with these utility companies now that we're hoping that they'll expedite their process for us.
Yeah. Anything else on garage?
No.
All
Ready
right.
for buildings
We'll
and
move
grounds.
to buildings and grounds, page 54. We'll start with the 115 Clemens Road, the new building. I'll go through some of the other improvement line items. Also, I'll mention this is not just our budget. We split this building with fire and building codes. I thought this was going to be moved out of our budget. We were just going to stay in here, but we're proposing $367,000 worth of other improvements to the building and the site. To go over a few of those, we got stone for landscaping and hillside. So around our parking lot, there's a very steep slope. It's hard to mow and maintain. So we're going to try to do some stone riprap to lessen the maintenance on that and make it look a little better.
And not like stone with masonry, just basically rip-rap stone to secure the hillside, and then I'll take care of all the future maintenance in
Yeah.
the future and along the building as well.
And which property is this?
The Clemens Road.
Oh, the
building.
new one?
Our new office.
Annex A.
Yeah.
Annex, yeah, is what it's
Are
called.
we still allowing different developers to drop, or was it the county that was allowing them to drop into there?
Drop in?
Like to be able to, like offload any type of rock and soil from other projects? Because wasn't the county doing that for a little bit? That's what I was told.
We're talking about the empty property.
Yes.
Oh, that was West Wilson Utility.
Okay. Is that who? Yeah, I knew it was a utility company or something. I
Yeah.
just didn't know. Are they still
You
doing
probably
that
don't
at
want
all?
That type of rock. I mean,
Well, I
that would
understand
look
that,
good.
but I didn't know if they're still doing that or not.
No, they've stopped. They found another property to start hauling that stuff to.
Okay.
Also, IT's requested some training room, audio, visual distribution, some small conference room, teleconferencing, openers for all the roll-up doors, some indoor fencing.
All the
for-
roll-up doors.
I don't know, for roll-up doors. I don't know.
Where's that? Oh, is that
I
That
think
for?
may
they
be
came from
fire.
IT. Or
Okay. There's a lot of roll-up doors in that.
I thought they came from Travis. They don't hear anymore. Maybe fire. Yeah, I don't know if we need it for all the doors or not. Some indoor fencing for department storage to segment different departments to store things in so things don't get misplaced.
That was one of the things we talked about the caging
Sure.
inside for different departments having storage.
A fencing with gate around the property for security. Some gate openers for the new fence.
What are we protecting with the fence and the gate?
This was requested by Kenny.
Yeah. Mayor, that was just with the amount of equipment we've got, what we can't park inside the building. A lot of the public works trucks that would stay outside that can.
Okay.
The equipment that's in those. We had a similar setup at the old building, and we thought about maybe just doing something across the front, but we thought, well, with some of the value of some of that stuff, that's what it's.
So there's a development that's going in right behind us, the Linwood Station development. They haven't got to that phase yet that's right behind us, but eventually there's gonna be homes like right up against us. And you can tell, I mean, you can figure that kids will come over here and mess around.
Makes sense.
And we're liable if they get hurt, maybe, possibly.
So we
So,
can put them to work, clean up the back area out there, you know?
and then some lighting in the warehouse. So all that totals to 367,000. And then on the public works road garage on Clemens, which also includes the 24 acres adjacent to it. We're proposing $3.5 million to mass grade the entire 24 acres.
But you're not using all 24 acres.
We're not.
How much?
We were allotted 10 acres of the 24.
Explain that one, please.
But the 10 acres is the
So you
one that
need,
needs flattened. So we
So
want
you
to
gotta take
scrape
that.
from
gotcha.
that 24, from the 14 and move to the 10 to make it all level and flat.
Yeah, and that's a great question, Mayor, and it's something that we talked about because it was such a large number. We looked at it as a little bit of a combo as with them using some of the existing materials that's on site. It would also prep that property for if there was a future development, or we could, postpone that, of course.
And that was a
For
quote
the
from Grade A
Projected
Construction.
development.
It was a quote from Grade A. We had a mass grading plan done and we did some geotech bores out there to get the contractor assurance. And we sent all that to Grade A to get a quote just for budgeting purpose. Once we bid it, I assume we'll get better, more competitive pricing on that. So, anything else on that?
The salt shed.
Oh, yeah. And 165,000 for a new salt shed, a much bigger salt shed. So we're proposing a 40-foot by 100, which will hold 500 tons of salt. Current salt shed is 40 by 40 and holds approximately 200 tons of salt.
How old is that one?
That was built.
It would still be used as a salt shed. That's where our brine maker is. So we would have salt there for the brine maker. By building this other salt shed, we have to pay, I think it's 60% of whatever we order from the state. We've never had to pay for salt we didn't get yet, but as time goes on, we could, and having a bigger salt shed would allow us to, one, get more, and also at the end of the year, when they say, hey, you've ordered 100 tons, we can take the rest of it.
Gotcha.
And now during like this last big event, we have to make a decision when that event is going on of when we're going to quit salting, because we are a little fish in the salt world. So we usually don't get salt until August. So we have to know, all right, it's December, we're throwing salt. What's going to happen in January and February? And by allowing us to get the bigger salt shed, that would allow a little more freedom.
Sure.
And we got down to probably, 30 tons?
Right.
We were almost ran out in one storm. If we would have had another storm close after that one, we'd have been stuck.
Yeah. No, it makes
We-
sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just didn't know if there was an opportunity where we're going to have a little bit of redundancy. That's really what I was looking for, to make sure that we had some opportunity to use both locations, or, both sheds there or whatever.
And if we don't do the mass grading, then we won't be able to do the salt shed. Salt shed can't fit on the current property. It's got to go on the 10 acres next to us.
Expensive salt shed.
Also, you'll hear in a minute, the sewer department is wanting to build a heated building on that property too, to store equipment.
Okay.
On the 10 acres.
Heat it?
Heating and cool. So
just heated for
Not
back
freeze.
truck, stuff like that, stuff that has
Sure.
to keep water on it.
Sure, okay. Gotcha.
You say heated, you mean warm enough not to freeze.
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There are some rumors that the community center is going to need our 10 acres. And so I don't know what the status of that. I don't,
Don't
because
know.
there is currently property behind our garage property that's for sale. If there was need to take that 10 acres, then we could use the one behind us. So if there's any thought of using the 10 acres that was allotted to public works, maybe we budget for buying the land behind us.
The land
I think
behind
it's
you?
like 4.5 acres. It's not quite big enough, but it's better than nothing.
It was $1 million, I think.
Yeah, it's way overpriced. I
Does
think
it
we
need to
can
be
get a big deal.
graded?
Yeah, it's sort of like,
It's not as bad as the 10 acres.
It's not as bad.
It's not as bad, dude. There's the first part of it wouldn't probably need to be, but then as you get to the back of it, it is growed up and has water issues that run across it.
Maybe we can get the land a little bit cheaper since it's got water issues.
And it doesn't have any road frontage, so I think we can, I don't know. That lessens the value of the property because it doesn't have road
Yeah.
visibility for another business or something to buy.
Yeah.
I think it's perfect for us.
You're correct. I think it's maybe just the price it was pitched to the city because it's the city.
Yeah.
And there's been no counter because we
No, I
didn't
think
want to
it's
get too
on the
ahead of
market for that.
VLC.
It's on the market for $1 million.
Yeah.
Really.
But
But there's no road frontage and there's no, I mean, there's obviously an easement to get to it. So
The easement to it's actually a county road.
is it? Okay.
But it's like a gravel driveway. It looks,
Gravel
it's not really a road.
Gotcha.
It's county right away.
if it's $1 million and it's $3.5 million to fix your existing. Anyway, that's, we can talk.
Maybe a
Yeah.
cheaper option.
That's
Could
why I
be a
threw it
cheaper
out
Something we
there.
definitely, look. I think
the
something we should
$3.5
look into.
million will have to be spent when you go to build the community
Community
center
center. Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
Yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking, again, road frontage, you're building, you go further back for your stuff that, maybe is not curb appealed, right? You put it further back where it's out of sight, out of mind, which is where your equipment's going to be sitting because you don't want it to be exposed to be on the street, side anyway. So out of sight, out of mind, and you don't have to be building a $300,000 fence to go around it so much to be able to protect it. So I don't know, maybe that could be an opportunity there. So.
How
okay.
many acres would the salt shed need?
the actual salt shed, none. The problem that we got with Public Works is we're built out. And we'd like to be able to keep everything together. So if we don't get something that's already connected to where we're at, then we're gonna have people moving back and forth, getting equipment. And that's why that 10 acres was purchased beside of us, so that it connects with where we're at right now. And that would be our plan. Once it was leveled and all of our buildings, salt sheds and all that, we would start at the very back and then work our way up toward the front as time came on. But another 10 acres would give Public Works, ground for the next probably 15 to 20 years as the city grows.
But the actual salt shed itself, like how,
Oh, it's
Yes.
it's 40 foot wide by 100 foot long.
okay. 2 acres?
A half acre would fit it.
Oh, half acre, okay.
But 5 would be better for the future growth and be able to
Right,
stage
that's
your
what we worry
equipment.
about. As the city grows, it would be better, especially the Clemens Road location is a central location. So if we get landlocked in, then where's our next laydown yard going to be? So
Very,
that's
very
why
expensive land.
That's why we sectioned off that 10 acres that was beside of us. So that way, we've got everything we've got now on about 4.5. So another 10 acres should see Public Works growth for a lot of years.
Gotcha.
Can I point something out? So this 10 acres is where you would build the heated facility for sewer.
Yeah.
So sewer could buy the land. You buy the
Behind
land out
us.
of the sewer fund because it's for sewer property. So it wouldn't come out of general.
You're talking about the land behind,
The
that
land
we're
behind,
talking about
yeah.
that's for sale? Yeah.
Yeah. You would buy the 10 acres out of the sewer fund
Yeah,
and
they-
build the building on that.
Yeah, it's full.
It's like
Oh.
4.5.
But we could, I guess you
Four.
could take some of the leveling cost, because sewer will be using some of that too, some of
Yeah.
that 3.5 million.
That land sounds very expensive since there's not a road frontage. There's some, drainage issues. So, and then of course, the only people that are interested in it is the city. So it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So maybe we're not that interested in it, right?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Sounds terrible. You know what I mean?
Nasty land.
Yeah, we don't need anybody going to go buying it and then trying to resell it back to the city. You know what I mean? So, anyways, no. So I say we just move on and quit talking about it, so it's not highlighted in newspaper for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
All right. That's all I have for Public Works and Grounds.
PI officer, you didn't hear anything. Don't be reporting it out tomorrow.
All right. State Street Aid, I'll move to.
The
I
train
did
station, which is
I didn't put anything. I
status
guess somebody else
quo,
filled this
pretty
out.
much.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
just our quiet zone expenses. But we did put the Veterans Memorial Wall in there. That there may be some changes to that. So I think they're working on that now.
So the Christmas tree, is removed. Is that the digital Christmas tree that was there? Okay.
Yeah, I think the
How's
one,
the other tree doing?
it's in better.
Is it?
Anytime you transplant a big tree like that, a lot of times it'll struggle.
It
for
take a
while
couple
to
years.
take root, but it's there's enough life there for it to continue.
For another year?
That's
Okay.
done by design. You can stand in one spot and see all the decorations on both sides.
Charlie Brown tree, Charlie Brown.
Oh, that's good stuff.
It'll be nice.
Anything else on that one?
I will say, which I don't know who wants to take credit for it, but that whole area up there, all jokes aside, where the clock tower is, it's done a really good job up there. With the water meter, all the utilities that are up there, they're all really hidden and there's no more trip hazards. The ground looks really great. And it's just a really good area. So I just wanted to highlight that. You guys have done a great
Credit
job.
to Kenny.
I don't know who did it, but
After push mowing it every.
are you? Oh man, it's getting deep in here. I need my waders on.
Thank you though for saying that. It does. It's a team effort.
Yeah, no, it looks good.
And it's used this weekend.
Yep.
For our flags honor ceremony, which is absolutely wonderful. Great turnout on that. So.
The Veterans Wall is going to look nice as
Yes,
well.
it is.
Sure is.
The State Street Aid Fund.
All right. We increased our traffic signal maintenance cost. We have a lot of signals coming online, 3 under construction right now and a couple more also in the works. So we increased that from 200,000 to 250. That's in the repair and maintenance traffic light. The engineering line is our road resurfacing budget. This line also includes our speed humps. I know you mentioned you might want to move that speed hump budget out of that line. You have any more thoughts on that, Mayor?
I guess my thought was, as far as the speed humps, we just need to set an actual line item for that instead of it just coming out of a mass fund, because it's 50 this year, 100 next year. I mean, there's
we spent 54,000 this year so far.
on speed humps.
Yeah.
You're right, Mayor. It's a bit of a moving target. Just depends on requests and traffic studies and things of that nature.
And that funded 11 different speed hump locations. So about 5,000 per speed hump.
So with the new speed humps that you guys are discussing, is that going to cut back in price now since it's not going to be so much labor because they're already prefabbed?
There's more labor, but
There's more
Yeah,
labor
well-
with the prefab device?
yeah, because you drill, I think it's 126 drill holes into the pavement. I mean, it's
Okay.
labor intensive, but it's city labor, not contractual labor.
Okay,
We install them ourselves,
gotcha.
so we're not paying a contractor to do it.
So what's the average cost of these rubber ones?
That's the 5,000.
Okay.
That's all we installed this year, and we've installed
Gotcha. I thought
11 of
there's-
them, and there's 54.
Talking about the asphalt cost.
The asphalt is about the same. It's about the same. Works out.
And
One
the-
just happens to be easier to move
Mhm.
and more consistent.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think I've heard a lot of good things on the speed cushions, the manufactured ones.
And I think what the elected body loves is the fact that for the EMS vehicles, to have that pass through, that
It's
helps.
the fire trucks that can span it. I don't think the ambulance can, but fire trucks can.
And the longevity is much longer compared to the blacktop or the asphalt ones, correct?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Would you like to see those in a separate line item?
I would, and I'm thinking like a 35K cap on those or something.
Is there a line in the state street aid that you want to put in?
I'll
Like
find
other
out.
repair and maintenance?
I'll make it its own
Okay.
line item.
Per quarter or per year?
Per year.
I was like, man.
So we'll take 35,000 out of the 1.8. and then move it somewhere. I do have a draft resurfacing plan, and I'll email that to you. I have hard copies here with me, but I can email that to you as well. I got a lot of the Belinda City areas on there. So that's coming to my draft plan. It's coming to 1.72 million. I always leave a little buffer in there in case we have like a road failure or something that we need to fix that wasn't anticipated. So,
And Mayor, Commissioners, before they get going, I want to thank the Public Works staff because, and Matt in particular, because I know behind the scenes, all the work he does with RTA and GNRC and grants and
Yes.
things of that nature and road projects and getting us on more lists than you can shake a stick at. And that makes a big difference. And I know y'all know that, but just wanted to say it publicly. I
appreciate it.
appreciate
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into this budget that comes back in from your efforts. A lot of people like to hark on the expenditures, but there's a lot of revenue that comes back into the city because of the efforts y'all put into it as well. So
Appreciate it.
doesn't go unnoticed. I know sometimes it does probably sound like it goes unsaid, but
Mhm.
do appreciate it.
So just bringing that up, Mayor, and our city manager, KPIs, key performance indicators, like when we show, obviously as our city's gotten this big, how many employees we up to? Over 300 now?
Mhm.
So obviously, when you get into, larger municipalities, government, state, federal, so forth, even private sector, they have KPIs, which I don't know if we do that here for that, but, like when we have department heads or even department folks that are, showing, some type of, ROI, right? Cost savings and so forth. That would be a great opportunity to start capturing that to be able to help support, different departments and obviously, individual, promotions and so forth. So again, I just think about these things that, like, as the city gets bigger, are we looking at value, right? Because as we are trying to look for great talent, great talent comes with new ideas and we're able to do things in-house. We could be able to start looking at, grabbing, funds from other areas. So I'm just throwing out some nuggets out here, but I think it's important for us to capture these savings, even in a budget to say, hey, this is a positive where this department was able to bring back some revenue back to the city. So anyways, just throwing that out there.
We'll move on to capital projects fund.
What page?
64.
It's 64.
Okay, still on 64. Okay.
And we'll actually move to 65. I'll point out that over 35 million of this proposed budget is for police and fire and not related to public works. As you can see for the first two items.
How did it get slipped into this one?
It's
So
It is every year,
It's,
capital.
I was gonna say, you want to just go ahead and just not even cover it? We'll bring those guys up and we'll just move it in another section because it isn't a 3-ring binder, so we can, we ain't got to tear it out anymore. We just unclip it. Sorry to
I
interrupt
think
you,
it's
Matt.
going to be
My-
mostly 2 buildings.
Okay, sorry about that, Matt.
But there's no new public works capital projects proposed this year. We've got a lot of projects in the works, so I've got enough on my plate to handle at this time. Unless we find a grant throughout the year and grant project for sidewalks or Belinda sidewalks or whatever. We can always add a new project if we get a grant throughout the year. I emailed you all, I think yesterday, a draft of the 10-year capital improvement plan that just lays out what I anticipate us spending each year for the next 10 years on our capital transportation projects. So please review that, reach out to me if you have any questions or comments on that. Other than that, I'm not going to go project by project. I mean, y'all are familiar with all these projects. but we're continuing to working on them and trying to get them done as fast as we can. I'll take any questions if you have any on any of the capital projects.
Nothing at this time for me.
All right. If there's not any questions, that ends my presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Next is our utilities, stormwater and sewer. And that's, stormwater is page 72 through 74.
It's been a hot topic here lately, stormwater.
Hey, excuse me, one second, I had to show Dana something that somehow in our back and forth communication, we lost our.
Tomorrow, 1:30. I'm looking forward to it.
If y'all-
I know the remote on.
Pages that I said, you know.
It's the best part.
I appreciate that, I believe. Yeah. This morning I got a conference call at 12:45. My internet stopped working, so I had to do it all on my phone. It was a nightmare. Hour and 15-minute meeting, trying to do it off your phone. It was interesting. Had to go reset your router and everything worked after that. Why you didn't do that earlier? No clue.
Okay,
We're ready now.
all right.
So as our stormwater department is growing, we have a couple additions we're asking to add to the staffing. We're asking for one more maintenance operator. That would come in at $65,660. And then to manage this operator and the two others that you gave us in the last budget, I'm asking for a field supervisor. Be a lead over the crews, planning, managing as they're out in the field. And that would come in at $78,680.
Who's been managing these two guys currently right now?
I mean,
What's one
well,
more guy?
let me back up, Commissioner. We haven't even hired the two. We're
Okay.
actually going through interviews next week.
Okay.
But we have been sending out sewer staff to address, I think you've been involved in a couple of
Yep,
issues.
absolutely.
We, Kenny, Marty have tasked us on some things. Myself, Adam Metters have been going out. So we've been trying to keep the department moving, but we're now focusing on hiring the staff.
Okay.
So that's
Yeah.
where we're at with that.
And I want to commend them as well, because especially with all the rains we've had recently, I trouble them a lot after hours. Example, I think the mayor and I both received messages about a creek along York Road. They went out and looked into that. And it's been twice 2 rain events we've had. And I don't think there's any findings, but just typical runoff you're going to get with a lot of rain, nothing on site. So
Yeah.
it helps us.
It's all coming out of your revenues for your stormwater fees.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. This would be straight out of stormwater.
Do we need vehicles for these other three
We
new
do, Commissioner.
positions?
I've added those. We can go straight to that if you want to skip to page 74.
Well, do you want to stay on 73? I don't want to make you jump.
Yeah,
My
on
apologies.
73, it's just regular salaries. Or 72 is just regular salary. 73, contractual services, you'll notice that that's going to be a little different than last year, just because we've got some projects in stormwater that we want to do. I'll go over those in a minute on page 74. Actually, I'll let Shane take over when we get to that.
How do we go from maintenance from $1,000 to 20,000 on line item 261? I'm sorry.
Well, because that's why we're adding vehicles to the stormwater department. It's so new. We have one truck right now, and
Okay.
then I'll be asking for 3 others on page 74.
That's a great question, Commissioner. Unlikely with some new trucks will we ever use that amount, so it's more of just a safety line,
Right.
hopefully with new trucks. and
Tires,
warranties and things. of
oil
that nature.
changes, right.
Yeah.
And
that's
what's
probably-
professional services then for 250 then? What is
Okay,
that?
professional services is when we, we've got a damaged storm drain right now in Wintry Pines that we're working on for Commissioner Justice, kind of an emergency repair service. We had to bring in professional services, number one, to evaluate what needs to be repaired, plus submit the necessary paperwork to the state. It's kind of engineering services that are specialized. That's where those come in. We'll need specialized services when we do the projects.
Are these in an HOA or something, or is this in a?
I'm not
Wintry
sure.
doesn't
If,
have an HOA.
I don't
It
think
is?
Wintry
Okay.
Pines has a active HOA. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
This is our storm drain in our easement. It's on a very steep slope over on Pebble Beach Circle.
So it's
Okay.
Wintry Trace.
No.
Wintry Trines is a new one, isn't it?
Well, yes, it's over there, the Wintry Trace subdivision. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, we've got a very steep slope that has a fractured storm drain and it's eroding the hill. We don't
Gotcha.
have the equipment, staff, or experience to manage that, so we're kind of removing that in an emergency. But it's a little offbeat on the budget, but that's the kind of services we have to have. If you look on item 230, line 235 on the object, memberships and registrations, you'll notice that that has went up to 11,500. And the reason is because there's a Cumberland River Pack that is an organization that provides employee training, keeps us up to date on any kind of changes that the state makes for TDEC, keeps all of our employees current on their training. So as we grow, number one, we're mandating that all our operators are TDEC level 1 for stormwater. And this helps keep up with projects, different rule changes that comes out, just keeps us informed in areas where we can't, we can't keep up with it. They're on the front line. So that's why you see an increase on that. Because it's $4,500 for the membership. And then this would cover all of our stormwater employees and they have quarterly meetings. I think some of the guys are going to one in a couple of weeks. So we've been participating, but we haven't been members.
All right. Line 320, we went from 500 up to 60,000.
So what we didn't do last year is 320 is just our regular, go buy a shovel if you need a shovel, tools for a truck, just our general purchases. We didn't put anything in last year because we didn't really have the employees. But now as we have employees, they're going to need tools, whatever resources they need. It's just our general fund. We kind of, being new, we kind of had to pull a number out and start somewhere. I don't anticipate spending 60,000 in that, but we're just trying
I
to.
say new employees, I'm thinking 20,000, right?
Well,
I'm like, what are we going to be buying with
this
that?
is
A
not
backhoe
really-
or something? Or?
Well, we'll have to outfit the trucks with all their service needs, tools, shovels, hand tools that they'll need, just anything, any item like that. No, I don't believe we'll use that much, but we just kind of put a number together just because we don't have a history with the
Sure.
stormwater department yet.
I just have a hard time for a brand new department, though. I mean, that's a lot of money to be throwing just to be able to set the stage, right? Or, like to set the baseline at 60 grand. So, hopefully next year we can be able to see, how that
Right.
changes. Yeah.
Right. And we're kind of comparing it off the sewer department, which is probably a little more excessive on use of tools and, what the environment is. But I don't know. We plan on being comparable in the stormwater department also. Does anybody got any other questions on 73?
Just the last one, bad debt expense. What is that?
That's a Dana question.
That's what we roll off if people don't pay their stormwater bills.
So 28,000 is the bad debt.
That was the actual for the 2023. So I dropped it to 20.
Now, if we're getting hit with penalties from the state, right? When we don't pay our bills or no?
Well, we now for stormwater, we can put liens on the properties if they don't pay the stormwater bills.
Okay, that's great. So we do have some type of contingency
Mhm.
plan. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Anything else? Out of those. You got 74.
Okay, on 74, so the already infamous building that we've been discussing. So we plan on paying for that out of stormwater. It's 200,000 for the building. It's a 50 by 80. It would have minimal heat. This is for the Vector truck that we'll be asking for to clean out storm drains. Two things happen with those trucks. They cannot be left outside during the day in the sunlight because the UV damage on all the hoses is similar to a fire truck.
I get it.
Plus they have water in them. So in the wintertime, we need to keep them, somewhat above the freezing temperature. And the reason for the size of this building, we've been working with fire. They have 2 trucks that they're going to need to store. And this building would hold 4 trucks, give us room to grow temporarily, give fire room to put the 2 trucks that they have.
Well, Fire's presenting, well, they just presented their building with some space for redundancy also. So hopefully we won't have to deal with that, right? Yeah.
That's been
I
the
was gonna
beginning
say.
of this building
Yeah.
is what we agreed to share with fire until they had the place to put their two other extra trucks.
Okay. Okay. That's no big deal.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd ask.
I mean, we could bring Joey up or
I'll pick on them tomorrow when
Okay.
I call them.
okay.
I'll find out.
Okay, so we're also asking for a service truck, which would be a F-250 with a service box. That comes in at 66,000 lights. No wrap on this one. I think the wrap was a one-time deal on our other truck, but it was very successful with the wrap. The Vector truck, we're asking for a Vector truck like we use in sewer. This one's a little bit smaller. It's a single axle, 500-gallon water tank, 3-yard tank to capture debris, to clean out storm boxes, storm water lines. It has a jetting apparatus. It can go out 500 feet to jet lines, clean. That would be the primary service that the maintenance crew would be doing, is cleaning out and using this type truck.
Hey, Tim, while you're on that, I want to throw this in there real quick to thank the commission, the ones that are sitting up here, and the entire commission. The grapple trucks that you bought us during the tornado event, Tim and his crew and Adam back there in the back have been making a really directed, I guess you'd say, focus on a lot of our, I guess I'd call them creeks, waterways, things of that nature. And we found some pretty big blockages. And I think they're using the grapple trucks to pick a lot of that up as they reach over the bridge side. I'm talking about some pretty substantial blockages. And what's good about that, it allows that water to keep from backing up into neighborhoods and other areas to travel on downstream as it should. And I really appreciate you guys stepping up and doing that. That's helping a lot.
Well, I mean, that's great to hear, but where's our PI officer during those pictures?
Mhm.
It'd been great to get that out there. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
We
Tell
like-
the story right for everybody.
Yeah.
We like
Wherever
we
you're-
like to stay under the radar.
Just put a snake on top of the pile and then we'll be able to get it taken care of. You
Yes,
know what I mean?
Public service announcement, the water moccasins are bad this year. We
Yeah.
have seen multiple.
But I do agree with you. That is the.
Well, we need to tell that story
I
though.
agree. I agree.
That is something I think is important because our citizens are seeing their backyards flooded. And when they start seeing that trend where it's all going down and their backyards or front yards aren't flooding as much, then we could be saying, hey, this is where,
Right.
your team is being proactive versus reactive. So that's why we need to be able
Yeah.
to hit on that.
I agree
That'd
with
be
that.
great.
Tim,
Yeah.
if you
That's our
guys,
plan.
especially through Public Works, they're a little more modest, but I agree with you. Can work with Justin a little bit more to sing the praises of stuff you're doing. Cause I mean, that's probably
Right.
going to make a huge difference what they're doing with
Yeah.
grapple trucks.
Gators will be at home in the stormwater.
Another truck that we're asking for would be a F-550. This would be a small dump truck for debris when we do, when we do removal of trees and build up. That's what we'd use that for. Comes in at 87,000. That would cover us on vehicles. Any questions? Vehicles.
No, I mean this is actually kind of encouraging here. I mean the fees have been going out to the citizens, and now we're actually starting to see the
Right.
Also the completed picture, we're starting to see it coming together and a lot more proactive approach that the city hasn't been able to offer for
Right.
years. So
Right. And it seems endless after every rain event. We discover something new. So the environment's going to change every time we have a significant rain event. Like Kenny was saying, Adam Metters and I walked the bridges and started looking at all the debris that had built up just around the bridges alone. We're going to have to get creative. A couple of them we're going to have to ask for ARAPs to the state so we can actually access Cedar Creek in a couple spots. We've got to get an excavator down in the creek, but timing should be right. When the ARAP comes in, the flow should be down, so it should be fairly safe to get in low level, and then we can go in and remove all the debris, clean out under the bridges. Because if we wait on the state, I don't know when that would happen.
yeah,
They would just put us on a list. So,
I mean, it and that issue, especially the very one you're talking about, I mean, seen it firsthand, and I can see the people's faces looking at me when that it's just got, yeah.
right.
So glad y'all are getting on
Yes,
that.
we're going to be proactive on that. I'll let Shane talk about the projects that we're proposing for this budget on page 74.
So as you talked about on the operations side about as we've collected fees, letting our revenue base grow, we've identified 5 different projects that we want to tackle this upcoming fiscal year. All 5 of these are conveyance projects. So if you've noticed, if you drive down Weston and Clearview, between the houses, you'll see erosion, undersized pipes, standing water. A good way to start this utility from the capital improvements side of it is helping our neighbors out, helping the residents out right at the front lines, and cleaning up some of these erosion matters that have come up over time through undersized culverts and conveyance ditches. So starting in Weston and Clearview Drive, those were identified in our master planning when the stormwater utility came online. But the one I really want to highlight is the Belinda City culvert replacement. When we repaired the detention pond at Mundy Park, I saw it firsthand when we jetted the culvert just downstream of the detention pond. It is in no other words to describe it, horrific shape. And at the time, we did not have a mechanism to make repairs to this culvert. The bottom of the pipe's worn out. He's basically sitting on a bed of earth right now as water drains going downstream. We're optimistic that we want to get an engineer on board that will help us design all these projects and take this one out to bid next year. And like I said, this one's in the community. It's right there on the main road. So we wanted to target, I wouldn't say easy projects, but I'd say straightforward projects that help conveyance, reduce erosion, and modernize flow capacity so that they're adequate for what's actually happening versus, some of these pipes were put in probably in the 1970s, so it's vastly undersized. So we want to get that back up to capacity, and it's not a safety issue going forward.
That's good.
All right, any other questions on this? Yeah. So we can move on to the sewer department.
Okay. So let me give you some just some quick facts on sewer, just kind of bring everybody up to where we're at today. Dana gets a report on what we pay monthly, and she shares that with me. This last month, we were up 20% of flow over last year, but under 2022's flow. Now, one thing I do believe has happened in our last budget, you approved for us to do a rehab on our metering station We've got some more moderate metering devices. I think they're a little bit more accurate than what we had in the past. So we probably had a bonus on the past, and we're probably more accurate today on what our flow is.
Can we get the old one back?
Well, I think we better just keep moving forward. But where we're at today, we've also seen a significant change in our I&I, our inflow of groundwater, especially with the Stoner's Creek project. We almost saw instantly some drops in our flow when we went to the bypass lines so they could lay the new lines. They were
Really?
concrete lines, so they were porous. Probably, the flow was at 3/4 pipe most of the time, so there was no way you could see the bottom. But we both saw changes. She saw changes in the billing. I saw changes in the daily flow.
On just the bypass lines.
Yeah, because they went to HDPE, the plastic fused, so there was no leaking joints, and it was laying on the ground, so there was no leaks.
You'd see it if it was.
Right. So we're making great improvements there. So that's a very plus with our growth built in, and we're still coming in under the 2022 numbers. So I think we're definitely going in the right direction with that. We're averaging around 4 million gallons a day, 3.5 to 4 million, just depending on what's going on. Sometimes there's some extra rain events that kick in. We have 10 operators. This is utility operators that service 40 lift stations and 3,500 plus home grinders. We're adding grinders even in these newer subdivisions. So
Are we taking on the ownership of that for the new subdivisions, or is that going back to?
So yes, they are ours. According to our ordinance, we are responsible for the grinders. We looked into that. We even looked into adding a service fee in the way our ordinance is written. I don't think there's any room for that. We have over 4,000 manholes. 4,008 is the number I got from Rob yesterday. And here's the staggering number. We have 185.86 miles of sewer line that we maintain, force main and gravity. So we're doing that right now.
186 miles?
185 miles.
Oh, I added an extra mile, 185.
Yeah, 185 miles of sewer line that we maintain with 10 operators and 2 foremans. The other number, and I think, Mayor, when you and I had went out and looked at the pump stations, we were probably around 16 to 18 stations at that time, the lift stations. By the end of this budget, we should be at 40 lift stations with the new developments and where we're at. So that's a big key to what we do in a day. So with that, with those numbers, on page 77, I'm requesting that we add 2 utility operator 1 positions, which that's our entry level. And part of the fact of that is it takes 2 years for a sewer operator that comes here with no experience to start to understand what it is we do. We work with electrical, we work with high pressure, water flow, all the personal safety hazards they have to learn to avoid. So there's a lot of training that goes in to make a sewer operator. We also are asking for 1 field inspector personnel to manage site development. Now, that one is specifically for the EQ basin because it was recommended to us by water management that we have a inspector on site during the whole project. Their quote was $250,000 for the 18-month duration of that project. We feel like with some potential retirement of 1 inspector, 18 months out with a new inspector experience, we could, if we didn't need another one, then we could transfer into the position of 1 that might be retiring. So that's the thought process on that. We could do that cheaper than paying water management $250,000 for 18 months. So that's why I'm asking for that.
Who's water management? Is that through the state?
They're our
or-
consultant that approves and designs all of our sewer plans and then submits them to the state for approval.
And then incubates that you're talking about building, or they're building? Who's building that?
EQ Basin,
Yeah.
we would have to go out to bid. So we purchased the property. It's
That's
it's
over there
out of
behind Mount
engineering
Juliet
now,
Elementary?
right?
Is that over there behind Mount
Oh,
Juliet
that's Oak
Elementary?
Creek.
I think plans are ready to go.
The plans are substantially complete
Yeah.
with the approval of this budget. We're looking to take this to bid shortly thereafter.
Okay.
we
Yeah,
can talk
I knew it
about
was
that.
coming up. I just didn't
Yeah.
know.
So that's why we're asking for another field inspector for that project. We've got 2 operators that have just completed their sewer certification with the state, so that qualifies them to move up from a utility operator 1 to a utility operator 2 at the cost of $17,000 annually for the 2. Then I'm also asking to reclassify a foreman to operations manager who would be the manager over the day-to-day field operations. This would be over the stations, over the grinder pump systems, and all the crews. We would not be replacing a foreman. We would just be reclassifying a foreman to an operations manager. This would allow him to do more planning day-to-day, do purchase orders on supplies, a lot of things that I've been crossing over and working with this person on. Yeah, that's all I'm asking for on personnel. Anything I can answer for you on that?
Tim, not related directly to personnel. Did you say what your I&I rate was?
Well,
We're giving out a lot of stats there.
we probably in the dry season, we have reduced probably 800 to 900,000 gallons a day. I'm scared to say 1 million, but
Wow.
is that close to what you were seeing in the billing?
I'd have to look. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
well, I mean, I've got the chart here. Like I said, that's what's brought us down from being below the 2022 numbers, which was a rainy year. But let's be safe, and I'll be real conservative and say that.
Okay.
I think that would be fair enough to not be fudging any numbers.
Mayor and Commissioner, I want to brag on another thing too that it's often not really thought of is any accidental spills or equipment failures, their alarming system or the alarm system that they've got that we used to have some of those, that's a big deal. You can get fined big time through T-Check and others. And we've had none of
Oh, I
that.
know.
And that's amazing when you think of
Yeah.
Well, we just had our 5-year inspection, and I think you got a copy of that from TDEC. It's kind of a surprise inspection. They give you a call the day before and say, hey, we're coming. We get told, and I don't brag about this because I think you're only as good as your last job, but they tell us we're a model system. Water management tells us that, comparable to other systems with our overflows or lack of and how we operate.
Well, I'll say this. When I just do the training requirements that the state does for the utility management and setting those classes, you just hear the other stories going on around you. Yeah, I don't need the stats necessarily to know that we're doing a good job on this. And it's because we as a board are not hearing from half the problems that some of these cities are producing. And I know we don't do some of the other utilities, but some people are being served as soon as they take their hand off the Bible after they've been sworn in. So, and I've done a good job of shielding the board and the citizens and everyone else from a lot of those things.
A lot of
Appreciate
crap,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Shielding us from a lot of crap. Thank you. You know what I
That's
mean?
my job.
Yeah. Hey, one quick question. So last year, and I apologize if it was last year or the year before, it was mentioned that some of these catch basins are going to be needing some capital projects. Have we addressed those, or is that just something that's already corrected, or is it still sitting out there? And I apologize for not knowing everything, 24 months ago. but I remember there was a topic about some of the catch basins that were exceeding life or something like that. Maybe some of the pumped houses that need to be replaced. Is that
Well,
still a
so-
discussion, or has that been already corrected?
Well, that's, I'll come up on that in just a second if we can go, when we go to
Yeah,
page
that's fine. That's fine.
79.
Yeah. I just didn't want to miss it
I'll-
if it was on one of these pages. So that's all.
Yeah, I'll address that in just a second on that. We're looking at page 78, just to make sure there's nothing. So on page 78, line 235, you'll see a jump from this budget from 15 to 35. A lot of that is shared with engineering, their licensing, software upgrades, permits. So if you have any questions on that, that's kind of the breakdown where they share in our budget on that. Okay, go to page 79 for vehicles. So we're asking for 3 service trucks. These are really F-150s, one for the foreman, one for the manager, and then one for our Tennessee one call. If we go to the 150 trucks, F-150s, then we can put other service trucks back in the service department. We're kind of using those trucks right now. It's a little bit overkill sometimes. Foreman is going back and forth to different job sites. We just felt like we could not purchase the bigger F-250s or F-350s, put them in the 150s, and then transfer their trucks back over on the service side. So that's the reason for that. And then we wouldn't be asking for any more service trucks other than we're asking for an F-350 diesel 4x4 with a service bed. And the reason we're asking for that is because all our other trucks are gasoline, and these manufacturers are making these automatic trucks with 10-speed transmissions. And we're spending a lot of time at the dealership with transmissions that are not functioning well.
Yep.
So we got with Toby, did some research, felt like F-350 with a diesel would suit us better when we're hauling skid steers, backhoes on trailers. That's where we get in trouble when we've got a truck loaded with a service box, tools, and then a trailer with a piece of equipment, Mini X. That's where we're having the problem. So we think if we had a F-350 diesel, that would remedy that.
Sure.
So we're trying to look at going maybe towards the diesels now with these trucks. So they were fine before, but these 10-speed transmissions are kind of becoming problematic for us. So that's why we're asking for that.
Any reason why we're going Ford? Do we get a better deal with them?
Well, we've looked at the Chevrolets and the Dodges, and actually we took the recommendations from our mechanics, and they still are pointing us towards the Fords as far as least amount of problems.
Okay.
Because we were very open to whomever.
Sure.
It's like I tell the guys, I just want the best. I don't care. And the best means not sitting in the shop or at Two Rivers for 3 weeks.
Well, the reason why I asked is because, the police department bought all those Chevy Tahoes, so we're
Right.
going Chevy for certain vehicles. Now we're going back to Ford. Just didn't know if there was a reason. That's all.
Well, we go under state bid. Ford seems to accommodate us a little bit better on our type of options.
Mhm.
Again, we've been pro gasoline for years. It just kind of made sense. But the problems we've been having in the last few years is over the transmissions.
Sure.
The engines are running fine, but we have a truck that all of a sudden just jumps out of gear, or you're riding down the road and feels like you just put it in park and you didn't do anything.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
so that's why we want to move in that direction when we're hauling equipment.
Okay.
There, line item 948, you'll see a mobile laptop with Wi-Fi. So what that is in one of the F-150s we're asking for. We have a mobile laptop right now. It's a Panasonic Toughbook that we've used for 5 years now. I think I checked with IT. What that is, it has all our maps and our mapping. So when we go out to do the Tennessee one calls where we have to mark our lines before another utility digs, we have that computer mounted in the truck. So it has a Wi-Fi card. We bring up the Tennessee one call, and we bring up our maps so we can locate the lines. So that's what that's for. We haven't replaced that computer in several years. So,
Do you want to mention that rollover that I missed?
Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. Okay, so if you'll back up just to line 942, construction and maintenance. In this last budget, we had 800,000. I don't know, between the three of us, we were transferring information back and forth.
missed
We missed putting that back in for 2024, 2025 budget. And what that is, and I'm sure several of you've already got complaints about these box trucks in neighborhoods and people in manholes wanting to know what they're doing. Yeah. We even had an incident in Belinda City where the police were called, so I had to intercept that. But what they're doing is they're spraying coatings in the manholes. So they're washing the manholes, they're coating them with a 25-year protection coating on them. Trust me, it's way cheaper than replacing corroded manholes. So a lot of the manholes especially the Belinda City area, Willoughby now, they're working in Willoughby. They'll have 2 trucks next week in Willoughby. We're just doing preventative maintenance on the manholes, and Shane and I's goal is to cover all of the less than new manholes.
Can you send me that email tomorrow?
Sure.
Another
Great.
good thing to work with the PIO on too, so you can get that news out to the residents.
Okay.
That way if they see those trucks.
That'd be great. Yeah, because I know that I was calling many folks this past summer because they were in some strange areas of our neighborhood. I'm like, what the heck is going on? And I just went up and started talking to them, and
Right.
sure enough, they shared some credentials. They didn't have to, but they
Right.
shared they were doing the exact same thing what you said. But again,
Right.
I didn't know it was even with you guys. I thought this was a state thing. So
No, so that's what we've been doing. We also have another company that comes in and lines the taps. We've got over half the taps in Belinda City done. Taps are more prone to leak. The service lines that come from the homes into the main sewer line
okay,
at that joint leaks. So that's another preventative maintenance that we should see a return down the road on I&I. But we have another company that's doing that. We may or may not be able to spend all that in a year, but that's what we project to do. Sometimes the companies, have equipment that break down. Like this week, they called me and said they're in their annual confined space training. So they're not in town this week, but they're bringing 2 trucks next week. So that's what that line's for. And I apologize, we missed it and realized somehow it didn't get transferred over. So.
didn't make the list though. So it so it ain't going to be in the budget, right?
Well, that's up to y'all.
Question.
Huh?
The, what you just talked about, the taps and the spraying,
Yes.
are both of those part of the lateral lining project?
The taps are.
Yes, taps are.
The taps are, but
yes.
not the spraying.
Right, yeah, I got ahead of myself. Yes, the spraying is for the manholes. Again, our goal is to try to, have all the pre-existing manholes, not the new. We're not going into the new developments. There's no reason. They're already, if you were to see one, they're already pink, so they have the cementitious material built in with the cement to protect. But all our old manholes don't. And sewer is very corrosive on concrete after a certain amount of time. I mean, I've seen some where you could just stick a screwdriver through one. It was so soft.
All right, on the taps, the lateral lining project, the last report I had is construction is ongoing. It's 75% complete. Would you?
I think in Belinda City it is. That was what it was targeted. And we kept, if you recall, we kept rolling that over for years before we really got that project going. And we were successful last year. And did we start the year before?
We started the year before.
Yeah. So we're 2 years in on that project, and we're looking to go another year into it.
Okay.
So that's exactly what that is.
We scheduled it out with the contractor once the budget passes to bring them back and start them back in.
Page 80 is just our general cost of operation, our bills, our electrical. Now we've got line 934 on page 80, pumps and rehab. So
That's our metro.
yes, that's Metro. That's not, I was going to say, I don't have a number like that.
No, that's my number.
Okay, that's not the same pumps and rehab. Okay. All right, if we go to page 81, the first number that you should see that is substantially higher is 322 OSHA and chemicals. I don't know where the OSHA came in. That was a name I guess we used years ago, but it's our chemical line. So what we're doing in our pump stations for odor control, Andy and I worked 4 years ago on a goal to move away from the ozone system to combat odor because it worked great when it worked, but the downtime and just the complexity of the system and the support we were not getting, we had to find a different solution. So what we're doing now is we are going back to a bauxite peroxide mix at some stations for odor control. It's injected into the force main, so when it daylights into the manholes, the odor is substantially less. We're also going with air scrubbers. So they're a charcoal air scrubber that pulls the air out of the wet well, filters it through the carbon, and then there's no odor. If Commissioner Justice was here, he would attest to the Nonneville Road Station. It had some unreal odor for years, and I check with him periodically as he lives down there, and he says it's good. So
I thought that was the ozone.
That was ozone, but the systems, we couldn't keep them running, so we went to a air scrubber. We're actually leasing it because when the Wintry Pines station, it will have a permanent mounted system, air scrubber system. So we're just leasing the one month to month at Nonneville now. So as soon as we transfer over, then we'll terminate the lease. But the odor was so bad and we couldn't keep the ozone system running, so that's why we went with that.
That's disappointing, but I'm glad it's leased. And
Right. Yeah, because I was like, I'm not going to buy it because we're not going to use it that long.
Yeah.
And we're now setting one up at Highway 70 because when the wind's blowing just right, it'll go right across the ball fields. So that system just went into operation last week. So, and we're leasing it now, but plan on purchasing one. But that's what this 188,000 is. It covers bauxite, peroxide, carbon media, our leasing of equipment, or our monthly services. I think I'm pretty close on the numbers on that, but that's what that's about. If we go down to 941, general purpose machinery. So I've got a Kohler mobile diesel generator with connections, and that is 215,000. What we did, we identified 6 of our pump stations or lift stations that are in what we would call critical areas. If we were to lose electricity, we don't have a generator at these sites. So I kind of got the idea from IT because they've got a mobile generator. And so we teamed up with Nixon Power. They identified what we needed on our size, and that's where that number comes from. Now, for those 6, kind of skipping just down one more line, you'll see Kohler mobile generator connection transfer switch, total 6. So they have to have a transfer switch. They're about 26,000 each, so we can roll up, connect. What we learned last summer, if you remember the straight line wind event, July 1st, last summer, we lost quite a bit of power on Central Pike, but it was at the Winfield pump station, and Winfield, the development, did not lose power. So we were getting behind on keeping up because we had no power at the pump station. We were trying to set up our generators, our mobile diesel generators, bypass pumps. And so at that point, I decided we've got to have some other options. With 40 lift stations, we've got to have more options if we have a power loss or any kind of weather event that would take us down. So that's what those are about. We've also put in for 3 diesel mobile bypass pumps. We have 3 right now that we bought back in 2013. These newer models are very quiet, which I specify with contractors. Whenever a contractor needs a diesel generator, I tell them to make sure they get the quiet kind. Sometimes that doesn't work out, but these are the ones with the low decimal. I'd have to verify this. It's somewhere around below 70 decimals.
Yeah.
So that's what these are. There's 3 of those.
So quick question,
Uh-huh.
while we're still on this page, line 262.
262.
Initially we were at 132, budget 150. The actual current is 72. Let's just say 71 and some change.
Right.
Then we're still maintaining 150. That's
Right.
the projected. Any reason?
Well, so this is the money that we spend when we bring in our existing high motor pumps at our lift stations. So every year our system's aging.
Gotcha.
We had a great year this year, but now we're starting to make a turn. We just sent one of our pumps for Cambridge Woods development that we service outside the city. I think the bill was $8,300 just for repair on one of the pumps, and each pump station has two. So I'm kind of projecting.
What size pumps are they? I'm just kind of curious.
Those there are 15 horse pumps.
That's it? Okay.
But we vary from 15 to Highway 70, they're 119 horse.
Okay.
So it just depends on the head pressure and the demand is where it is, how many houses. If it's down in a hole pumping out, that requires a bigger pump. So, but that's why that number went up, plus, inflation. But that's what we use for our lift stations.
Yep. I understand.
Let's see. So on the lift station side, we're also asking for one that's a F-150. That's for the foreman over the lift stations. And we're asking for a 550 service truck with a crane. This is a fully outfitted service truck. So when they go to a lift station, they've got everything they need. Hydraulic support arms. Not sure exactly what the lift range is, but it's a full crane. That's what that is.
Okay.
Down at 945, communications equipment. So Kenny brought this up a while ago, and something I want to reflect back on that Travis mentioned in IT. We have looked at several different manufacturers of communication SCADA, and what this is for is the communications on our pump stations. Let us know if we've got a problem, if one of them's not pumping, if the power's out, or if high water is in place. And the problem that we have is very similar to what Travis was talking about. Some of the SCADA systems that we have are on AT&T service. Some are on Verizon. Sometimes they don't communicate. This mission service is all satellite. Plus, mission gives us the capabilities of covering the entire pump station. What I mean by that, on the SCADA system we have now, some of them just cover one pump. So we could have one pump down, not know it until we arrive to do our maintenance. But with this mission, it tells us the performance of both pumps and then gives us satellite information.
Yeah.
So we're trying to get away from the cellular communications and go with the satellite communications. And this has a sophisticated battery backup system for the communications. Sometimes when the communications goes out for a long period of time, the battery backup doesn't work because the batteries don't recharge. But in this system, they do. So that's why we're asking for this system. We've outgrown the system that we have.
Right. So I guess in terms of sewer, Dana, what are we doing in terms of rates? Do we know yet? We're still waiting to hear from Metro.
I'm not actually planning on any rate increases this
Okay.
year. We're showing really strong growth over the last 5 years, and projecting that out, running the numbers. I'm not seeing a rate increase this year.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on sewer?
Well, I'd like to talk about the EQ basin. That's a big number. It's 15 million that we're projecting on the total cost. Now, we would not spend that in this budget.
Correct.
I don't even know getting started if we would spend half this year. Of course, we would be responsible for the remainder. So in preparation for the sewer contract being up in 2029, this is a 2-year project, 18 months, 24 months. We're kind of figuring that even if you approve it, we go out to bid, construction may start this time next year. So with EQ Basin and how it works, we need a little time to learn how to operate it. Maybe not as much as filling it up during a rain event, but maybe emptying it back into the system in moderation so we don't exceed our limits. You take the 6-inch rain event we had a couple of weeks ago. I sat down with the lift station foreman. I told him the day before, I said, this happens, we're going to bypass at the meter station. Well, next morning we bypassed at the meter station. Now it's not a Mount Juliet problem, it's a Metro problem. We have a 30-inch line that goes to our metering station, and Metro has a 20-inch line on the other side. It chokes down, it surcharges. I report it to TDEC every time. I tell them the same thing, crickets. They don't respond. They don't come back. We don't receive any penalties, but it does flow into Stoner's Creek. I've got videos if anybody needs to see it, but it is reported every time, and I try to be as accurate as I can on the amount that goes into the creek.
Where is that at?
At the meter station on 11 and Dirt Road, right before you get to Cobblestone. It's the refinished small brick building on the right beside the creek.
And the stormwater is overflowing, or is this
No, it's sewer.
sewer?
It's sewer very diluted.
Yeah, it's
I
the
understand.
rain events driving it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But I report it to TDEC immediately. Again, I've sent them videos and they don't, I mean, they know what the problem is.
Yeah.
And my concern is okay, so Metro says when the contract's up, because they told us that, when we have to do upgrades or repairs based off of your flow, you're going to share in the cost. So I would guess they're waiting on the contract to be up to
Start hitting us with fees. Yeah. Understandable.
But again, the urgency that I'm trying to portray with the EQ basin is we need some time to learn how to operate it seasonally, collect the data that we need, know how to manage it. And that's another thing with the mission software. It's bi-directional controls. So if we need to get up in the middle of the night, instead of going in, we could initiate the pumps and operate it probably from a laptop or even our phone. So a little savings there and a little bit more sense of urgency could be maintained.
Okay.
These other projects, let's see, we're finishing up. The Stoner Creek Interceptor upgrade, just a little update on that. We had a little bit of conflict of alignment going under Mount Juliet Road. So they're having a hand tunnel this month. We got approved. We had money left in that budget. Dana's aware of it. So it's going to delay it about a month, but that project should wrap up at the end of summer. So that would complete a large section of removing our concrete lines that are porous. Anybody got any questions on any of that?
I want to point out one thing, and that's in the sewer billing page. It's page 76. I have an upgrade in there to the sewer billing software. The software is quite old. It's not as user-friendly. And it being an older system and us adding stormwater to it, it's slowing it down a bit because we're now at like 14,000 accounts and then adding another 2,000 on for stormwater. So it's just, we're seeing a little bit of slowdown, and I don't want to run into a situation where where something happens and we don't have a choice. We have to upgrade it. I'd rather proactively look at that. And so I've been looking at some software and got a quote, maybe on the high end, but it was 115,000. So I do have that in there for that upgrade.
And you said you got quotes. What was the other quotes? Were they all?
It was a quote from the system that we have now that upgraded. So all the information would transfer pretty easy. But I'll probably look and see what else is out there. But that's what they said it would cost to upgrade to their, they call it VIP software.
And how long have we had this software currently?
Oof. Way before my time. Probably since they started. It's SSI. Yeah.
It'd be great to see what other cities are doing for, like what they have. Maybe it'd be a good opportunity to see what else is out there and maybe something more streamlined, user friendly, and
Yeah.
well, that's a lot of money for software for an upgrade, especially when we've been such a good customer for longer than you've been here, according to what you just said. So there has to be some partnership. Is this a membership or like a service fee that we pay every month to them, or is this a one-time cost?
Well, that would be a one time, and then there would be the subscription renewal, I'm sure, like we pay now.
And how much do you think we pay right now? Just ballpark. If I had to
Well,
ask.
that's the line item is 73,000 is what we budget for that per year.
So we've been a long time customer and they want to jack it up, double the price. Yeah, I would definitely be seeing who we can shop around. There's an opportunity.
I just
there.
wanted to make sure I had some money in there for that.
Thank you. I missed that one.
Shane's gonna go over the line construction projects.
Back on 80 or 81? Sorry.
83.
83.
83, sorry. 83.
No, you're fine. By the way, real quick, thank you guys for all sticking around so late tonight. That's still out there. We appreciate you. It's almost 9:40, and it's been a long day for everyone. So we appreciate you guys sticking around, going through this with us. Go ahead, Shane.
Yeah,
Sorry.
do you have any highlights you want to go over, or does anybody from the table have any questions on these instead of going through them one by one? I mean, it looks straightforward to me unless I'm missing something. Well, good job.
Hey, last quick question. Did we, just like I asked everybody else, did we amend your guys' budget at all last year?
No, we had no amendments.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question? And I don't know who to ask. The two bridge repairs, the TDOT projects in Melinda City, like on Belinda Parkway. Matt, would that be a Matt
I
question?
think those might be Matt.
Okay.
They're under construction. I think they bid it through Public Works money before we had the utility.
Okay, because I know that TDOT declared those in need of repair, and I was just wondering if they're contributing any money toward it, and or are we funding the entire thing? But I'll send him an email. Okay.
Yeah, just copy me on that. as well.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
If there's no objection, let's take a quick recess before continuing. Hearing none, we'll recess for just a few minutes.
Yeah, I've been sitting there for a while. That's how y'all do it. I can't do it. I got
Everybody but me.
All right,
Now the
Great.
camera can come back on. There we go.
let's call this meeting back to order. All right, are we skipping public communications for now?
We're
Go
gonna
to police.
We're going to go ahead and grab it, Mayor. It's real
Gotcha.
quick. First and foremost, we're eliminating one position from that particular department. The second PIO position. And also there's $6,000, I think, listed in there for camera equipment, and we're removing that. And other than that, everything else that you see there will stay. Dana will make some adjustments to salaries and things of that nature and benefits in the top column. But those are the two big. And there's also a vehicle removed here as well. We're going to repurpose a vehicle and assign that to Mr. Beasley.
That's great. Okay. That's one good department that we ain't got to
Yeah.
worry about adding a vehicle. We get
That's
to take
right.
a vehicle out. So it's great.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Beasley.
Police is up next, page 33 to 44, and then drug fund is on page 62.
Mayor, with your permission, I would like to come back to page 33 at the end, as I figure that might be where some of the most questions are at. First, I would like to start with thanking Dana for moving me a little further down the list. I had a prior engagement I had to attend prior to the meeting.
I think you have plenty of time.
What I didn't realize is she was going to put me behind the smallest budget that you had to look at, and then I have to follow that. I want to thank Mr. Martin for he's worked with us through this whole process, from personnel costs to some changing some operational expenses and getting the budget worked down to an area that we felt comfortable with. So it's 10 minutes to 10, so with some interest of time, unless you want me to go line by line, I was just going to jump and then let you take me back to any numbers that you saw that you had questions about. But moving through operations, the first big jump that you're going to see is in the training budget. It's about $60,000, and that's going to be spread out over additional personnel that we're going to be asking for, assuming that we're going to have some turnover throughout the year and have to pay for some academy costs. Currently, the two academies that we use the most are booked up through the end of the year. So we're going to have to look at a different academies that may be a little more expensive to get officers into. Moving on to the next page under communication services, a lot of that is going to be increase in radio, the maintenance agreements with Metro, and the console, the towers, and that sort of thing. That the more radios that we add to our system with police, fire, EMS, the higher that maintenance agreement is going to keep going. And the controller fee, that's an increase of about $100,000, but it's spread out over several different items in that line. Moving on to data processing, there's another increase there. That's going to be things from software systems that we use in investigations, Gray Key, Axiom, and Artifacts IQ, the eForce that we share for fire, our RECORE system, and then the biggest number there is our utility body worn cameras. Each car, each officer has, there's 2 cameras there, and we've also added that into our digital management system, and that's a reoccurring cost. The more we add, the bigger that number is going to get. And then I meant to start with, we'll find that number. Took a picture of it right before the meeting. So overall, our total operation costs are up 14%. Our capital are down 31%. and our personnel cost is up 16%, bringing us to about an 8.89% increase from last year. Commissioner, you've been asking what were any budget amendments that we've asked for. We do have several over this year. We had the water damage to the range. So I believe on June 10th, y'all were going to come out and see the finished product on that. We also, because I believe Tim in his lengthy speech talked about getting the Fords, and Commissioner, you mentioned that we were going to Tahoe. Because police packages are so hard to come by, and we're getting whatever we can get.
Okay.
Ford has canceled our orders twice because they're so backlogged on getting vehicles out. So this board approved us to purchase some vehicles for this year, early last year. So we have those in that process. We got some F-150s. We got some Tahoes. We even went with some Dodge Durangos because that was the only police packages that we could find.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I just wanted
we
to
went
ask.
to a little bit of everything, whatever we can find on a lot somewhere.
Yeah.
Because quite honestly, they're so back ordered. What we've seen in the previous budget is that we're having to carry over so much expenses because we order them in August and they're not coming in through that entire budget year. So we've had to carry over costs over and over again because we couldn't get the vehicles actually delivered.
Okay.
And with Ford, we struggled to even get a build date when we were going to be on the order, and then they would cancel our order after we've been waiting for several months.
Okay. I appreciate that. Is that the only amendment that you had?
The vehicles, the range, and then we had some grants that we received that we came back and asked for budget amendments to receive those grants.
That's great. Thank you.
Continuing on through the budget, small equipments, minor numbers, operating supplies. What you see in operating supplies is a request by Ms. Hired. We separated some of the vehicles that we normally would have combined all in one number under capital for the equipment for outfitting the vehicles that we've already purchased. Some of that equipment needed to be separated out. So it's been added into this line where it would, in previous years, it would have been all in one line
Thank you.
in capital.
That makes it very tedious when there's like decals and tags and we're trying to keep track of all of that on an asset listing. It just needed to be in operating, not in capital.
Firearm supplies, those are consistent. Commissioner, you had reached out to me to ask questions about the K9. To make that clear for everybody, it does say 3 K9s in this, and the issue we have is our senior dog, Milo, is getting a little bit long in the tooth, pun intended. But he's experienced some medical issues. He's had some Achilles issues in the past. He's actually currently out right now because he has re-aggravated that injury. But the goal here is to keep Milo in service sometime probably after Christmas, after January, then look into seeking out a new dog. Hopefully we can keep Milo active for that period of time, seek out a new dog, get the dog trained, and have the dog ready to go by the end of next physical year. Ultimately, the goal would be at that point in time, once we got the second dual purpose dog back in here healthy, and we still had Milo, if we can extend his life, his work life, by then downgrading him to be just a single purpose dog, that would be a goal. Maybe we can extend his work life for another year or so. I'm not holding my breath for that because still the issues, whether it be an Achilles issues or back hip issues, the getting up and down out of the truck is difficult. So that would be best case scenario. So we did budget to have all 3 dogs because when we do purchase a dog, we got to have the dog x-rayed to make sure the hips are good before we purchase it. We have to pay the vet record to get him all up and running. And then some equipment that he's got to have when he's in training, such as bite sleeves and stuff like that. So we did budget this year for 3 dogs, but this is really best case scenario that we would have 3 dogs through the entire year.
And how much is, I mean, like, so how old is a dog, usually when they go out of service? I'm just kind of curious.
It depends on the breed, but you start really looking around 7 years old, depending on what the breed is towards the end of that work life.
And when we start, when a dog is fully trained and ready to go, what, around 2 years old? So we get about 5 years out of the dog, or longer, or less than that?
It really depends. We really got lucky with Citron. Citron was probably the youngest dog at the breeder when we got him. He was about a year old when we got him. And then about a year and a half by the time he got back to be useful after his training and everything. So they're normally not that young. They probably are too when we get them. So you do look at 5 or 6 years, depending on the breed of how long their useful life is.
Gotcha. Okay. Just want to try and get an idea there. No, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I'm a big fan with the K9. I mean, we hear all these success stories about what they've accomplished for our citizens, the safety and everything. So, what we were having to utilize other services, is that correct? And they've used our service because they didn't have a dog, another, I guess the county or something?
Oh,
Or we use theirs, something.
We work well with Wilson County. We work well with Lebanon because they've had times that they need help. But it seems to be our biggest partners are for the kind of dogs that we don't have, bloodhounds and that sort of thing. So we reach out to Rutherford County for those, something that is more scent specific. We use that a lot for if we're tracking, a lost child, someone with special needs. We reach out to the airport or to Rutherford County for a scent specific dog where it can track a scent a little longer, but it has to be scent specific.
So are we going to be looking to go down that path, or do we not need that type of service?
I mean, for the bang for the buck, I mean, we probably not go that route. We've been successful with the dogs that we have for apprehension of criminals and for narcotics detection.
Mm-hmm.
At some point in the future, maybe we would do something like that, but it's a significant expense for a small usage that we might use that dog 2-3 times a year.
Okay, that's fair.
Moving on through the budget, the next big, fuel cost is up. And then we get into accreditation, that number's up because when I took over, I spoke with each of you. I had a goal that before I leave this to Chief Chandler, that I want to move on and have the department accredited. So this is an effort. It's $10,000, but it's an effort to reach our accreditation over the next, hopefully 36 months. And then into capital, this number is for the vehicles that we've already purchased that you was gracious enough to allow us to purchase in last year's budget. This is just the equipment to outfit those vehicles.
And which line item is that? Just the, sorry to.
What page?
It's on page 39, line 918. Oh, and I'm sorry, I missed probably the biggest number in here is if you look at 945 communications equipment, just like Tim spoke about how we're kind of dependent on Metro and their systems, we are dependent on Metro with our radio system. They're the brain of our system down there we use, and they are upgrading their system to a microwave system, and they're requiring us to make our towers suitable for that. So that's $953,000 that we have to do to get our radios compatible with Metro towers.
Does that align with the $1,015,000?
Yes,
Okay.
that's part of that.
Okay. Gotcha.
What about the transportation equipment?
There's nothing budgeted this year for that. They bought it last year.
Okay.
What was it? So last year, so
That's
the,
the vehicles you purchased
all the
for us
vehicles.
last year.
Okay, gotcha.
And so we're not asking for any vehicles.
You sure you don't want any? Everybody else I already asked for some. Why not? You know,
Well, yeah, we got plenty. Uh,
I just figured maybe we can get loan some over to the fire department or something. I don't know.
Police headquarters, this is just the maintenance for that, our current building, it's minimal. It's generator maintenance, cleaning services, propane for our tower site, and maintenance for our gate that seems to go out every time the wind blows.
So all jokes aside, so Travis had brought up that, that travel mobile station. Is it something that, is very important that when, it comes to safety, or is it just something that, that we need, like we would like to have that makes the job easier? Or is it something that we need to have?
Yeah, I agree with what Travis said. I mean, I think Mayor, you came down to when we were set up for the 2020 tornado that came through. I spent the better part of 3 weeks running command out of that trailer. It fit the need, but at some point in the future, it will be beneficial. But I agree with Travis in this year's budget and the things we're trying to accomplish. The PD obviously has more important issues that we want to tackle in this budget, and know that that's something that we can wait on.
Okay. No, that's fair.
I don't know if I don't think you came out to our mass exercise. The next one we do have coming up, I'll make sure that I invite each of you to it, and you'll get an idea. We partner with Wilson County, with Lebanon.
I've seen the pictures.
TBI comes out to that, and a smaller version of what Travis was pitching in that is what TBI currently uses. And you'll be able to compare what we have versus what the other agencies in the county have, and see what the differences are and determine for yourself what the need would be. But for right now, I think Travis is right in that assessment.
Okay. And then, because I know, this, which I believe the new station's going to be able to help out with the dispatchers. Because I know that there was a lot of talk about the dispatchers. Did we get that all worked out, or where are we at
Talking
with
about the
that?
new building?
Well, for the new building, but also the employees. Did we get that worked out yet?
You want to talk about the building?
Not sure exactly what
So-
your questions.
So, okay. So for the new building, the dispatch, it was supposed to be more, I guess, user-friendly, right? It gives them the ability to kind of, I guess, a better working environment. So did we get that all hashed out to make sure that that's more appealing to, to be able to retain people and be able to make sure that that position's not something that's overburdened? Because I know obviously you're sitting there 24/7, sitting there and not being able to do everything, but, so did we get that all worked out?
Yeah, I appreciate you acknowledging that for them. It's a big, important factor for them in their work-life balance and how they enjoy work. And the new building, it's designed great for all staff, especially them. We really focused on them on this project. But not only will the building keep them safe in their operations, they're going to enjoy working there and have sunlight and have even a balcony to get fresh air that's right off their dispatch center.
That's great.
So it's designed great. Thank you.
And it should be controlled very well for them, right? So that way, Bob over here is, warm-blooded, Janet over here maybe cold-blooded, or vice versa, whatever it is, but we're gonna have that good balance. Is that correct?
Right. And the soft costs that are budgeted in through the capital projects, that includes their dispatch workstations, which do have the desk go up and down. They
Sure.
have the climate control. They can turn on a heater should they get too cold.
Yeah.
So they'll have a good environment.
Yeah. I mean, for the folks that are online that are still sticking with us this late, I've actually toured the actual facility that we currently have. And I mean, it's functional. Let's just say that, but it is, It's an old building that, and I see why people can get frustrated and just, so, but no, I'm just glad that we've gone down that path. So that's good. And then the financial side, did we get them, figured out when it came to some of the budget line items for this as well?
Yeah, that's the larger talk. I think Chief Mullins was saving towards the end.
Okay, sorry.
But I think overall with our staff, it's important to ensure they're compensated properly. And our efforts this year started at the very bottom, right, where our dispatchers are, and to get them up to avoid pay compression or them being paid more than a police officer, you kind of have to trickle everyone else up as well. But that's what we focused on. With dispatch, the 5 positions you approved this budget year back in July of 2023, we still haven't been able to fill all of them. There's been many different reasons. I would say a lack of applications, a lack of quality candidates. We're grateful to say that just now we have the 3 final positions in background, and hopefully they will all clear background. So hopefully we'll eventually be fully staffed in dispatch. But I think what you see there is at their salary range, we're not competing really with other agencies. We're competing with the private industry, right? Where they can go to a warehouse and make $37 an hour to work an overnight shift. But we start our dispatchers out less than what they pay at Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
And I think Chick-fil-A probably even tops out higher than our dispatchers. So it's hard to recruit sometimes when people have to have a good salary to live.
Sure. No, I understand. I just want to make sure that we did highlight that today. So, okay. Sorry to get off on a tangent on one area, but still on topic.
With your permission, Mayor, I still want to move on through the budget and come back to personnel last. Moving on to animal control, operationally, that's a pretty static number. Some of the increases that you see in animal control is for a new 4-wheel drive vehicle. What we experienced in the last snow event that we had, that we were getting numerous calls from around the city, significant number in Hickory Hills, of people concerned about animals being left outside or in the weather without adequate shelter, but we couldn't get our animal control vehicles to these locations. So they were parking, quite a distance away in Hickory Hills and then traveling on foot. So if they did have to take a custody or possession of an animal, they would have a hard time getting it back. This would be to provide them a vehicle that they could travel in regardless of weather and the equipment for that vehicle. And additionally, 2 portable radios. We currently have 4 animal control officers, and they share 2 radios. If we're able to purchase 2 additional radios, this gives them the ability to have individual radios that they can make sure stays charged, and they can be responsible for their own equipment, versus an ACO not putting it on the charger before they leave, or didn't get a good connection, or accidentally taking the radio home with them, and then the ACOs that come in the next day don't have access to that radio until somebody else brings it back in. So that is the difference in the animal control. There is a slight increase in vet services. That just has to do with the cost of inflation and things going up with the cost of vet care for the animals there.
We could possibly just increase the diesel, put those folks in that big old monster military thing and get them through all the snow that they need to, right?
Well, Anna works up there, and I don't know if there's enough phone books in town for her to be able to see out of it.
That thing's huge.
Courts, a pretty static number. The storage facility, this is what we have up on East Hill Street. Hopefully, this will be the last year we have to budget for this building, and then we can move all our investigators under one building, under one roof. Then drug fund.
Can I ask a question about animal control real quick? Sure. Page 41, line item 251.
You said 251?
Uh-huh.
Okay, what's the question?
$1,000 is budgeted for medical, dental, and veterinary. Is this where
That's
the,
employee. That's psychological evaluations or anything where we have to hire a new employee and have a drug screen,
oh, okay.
something like that. That's for the employee.
Okay. I was going to ask if that's where if that was veterinary care for the animals.
No, that's under contractual services in line 200.
Okay. And that's where for the medical care part of the animals in the service, that's where the funds that we raise for from the Pickles for Pups.
Yeah, well,
Go.
that's different.
That's
'Cause
different.
Pickles for Pups, the fund from that went into the volunteer organization.
Yeah, the nonprofit.
Through the nonprofit. That's not affiliated. That's not the budget for the PD.
Right.
For the animal control.
Okay. Well, I saw that and I thought, okay.
All right, if we could look at page 44. Just had a quick question there on line item 266. Repair and maintenance, looks like building. We went from 6,000 to 30,000 to only spending 3,000. And we still have a maintenance budget of 30,000. Is that just a buffer in there? So
that was a year that we had the perfect storm to come through. There were some straight line winds that tore up the building, tore down the fence. I think we also had to replace an HVAC unit that year and make some roof repairs as well. That bumped that up. So I think that 30,000 is essentially because of the previous year, just maintaining it. You can see that we spent $3,300 this year in maintenance, and with it being the last year of that building, we're just going to try to limp it through.
Yeah, and then we should
but
be able to
you-
eliminate this line item for next budget year.
Where we're going to eliminate this entire budget for next year. 'cause
It'll
we
be in
won't
somebody
need it.
else's budget next year.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm just gonna float it. I got you. No, that's great. Thank you. Makes sense.
So, and then drug fund, there's specific guidelines of what I can use drug fund money for, just like with sewer. Because of some of the budget cuts we made, we put more in this one this year, replacing digital cameras for our investigators. This is the line that we're actually purchasing the dog itself out of. Some night vision stuff. I am, if you talk to my people, I'm not a fan of putting my people in the woods chasing bad guys in the dark because they see us and we can't see them. So this is to provide some long-range night vision stuff for that. And ballistic helmets. Some of the helmets that our patrol guys are wearing, they do expire just like in any other ballistic wear does.
Yep.
And that and some of the rifles that you see further down, those are probably some rifles and some helmets that were issued under Chief Martin when he was still chief. So we're trying to get rid of some of that stuff.
Buy that brand.
So with the technology, are we looking pretty good on the vest? And because I know that you guys were looking at some new taser designs. Have we adopted any new programs where we can be able to?
So the vests still expire. The average band that is recommended for daily use, the vests expire in 5 years. So in this budget, I can't remember what line it was in, probably the uniform equipment. I think there's 27 vests expected to be replaced in this year.
What line item is that?
25, I'm
I mean, like what page?
It's page 37, line 326.
And we're getting the best of the best, I hope.
Yes.
We buy the best, and then we also buy soft plates, or not soft plates, but plates to increase from a handgun to a rifle capabilities.
What happens to the expired ones?
Yeah, we have to basically just get rid of them. They're beyond their life, and we can't give them to another agency because they'll be expired.
Yeah. So are we buying those from a state contract, or are we buying those from the private sector? Because I mean, like for example, because I was just looking at one just to see what they look like, for pricing wise, and when you hear law enforcement, they automatically give you that, like that price comparison that beats a lot out there. Obviously there's some catches to it, but I'm just asking, are we looking at, the best of the best, technology? I'm not looking for pricing. I'm just saying, are we getting the best out there for our
Commissioner,
officers?
The way it works, Commissioner, is the pants that I currently have on are black, essentially black cotton pants.
Mhm.
You make them black and you call them tactical, that's going to increase the cost by 30%. So
I got
it's
you.
the same thing we run
We-
into.
Again, we are blessed. We're a well-supported agency by y'all, our community. Our officers do great work, and we're able to equip them with the best of the best.
Okay. I just want to make sure then, and that we're covered, just like with the fire and EMS, that we get the best for them and there's no question asked. And if there's new technology out there, because if you guys are looking at the different tasers and stuff like that, because I know we were looking at, well,
We've already transitioned.
You guys already
to those this
transitioned?
Budget year. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So that's great. So it's just a new tool out there that makes sure that we cover our bases.
Yeah,
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yep. Thank you.
All right, so back to personnel. We've talked with, I think I just broke my pen. See how that goes? Put that down. We're asking for 5 police bodies in this budget, one of those being a new handler for the K-9. Like I said, we would hope to be able to stretch Milo out for another year. But again, that's best case, but we need to have a new handler that we can send to be with this dog while we're training it. And then 4 additional certified patrol officers, uncertified, whatever we can get the best quality of. That would put an additional body on each shift. The one thing that DC talked about, and I do pride ourselves on, not going to speak ill of any agency, but me and Mr. Martin have had this talk. A lot of agencies around us are lowering standards and lowering expectations and lowering what you would want to see in a police officer. That is not what we're doing. And the way the DC talked, we run through a lot of applications for different positions, but if they don't fit the Mount Juliet way, we're not hiring these people. If they don't fit into the background, and we're not overlooking some things that are being overlooked. The last academy I attended at Toledo, the washout rate was almost 50%. And that's because there's people that are getting shots to go to the academy now that should never have that opportunity. And that's not what the Mount Juliet Police Department is doing. So we're being very stringent in our background checks. We're being very stringent in what we're getting in quality. The DC showed me a video today from a local agency of an officer that said something, and that is not the Mount Juliet way. And we're doing everything we can to keep those type of people out here. And the goal this year was for us to focus on the people we have under our roof and to take care of them. So that's why you're seeing some of the pay scale changes that you've seen in this budget. You asked the question earlier, Commissioner, of why we tend to keep comparing to certain cities. The reason we compare to those certain cities, the way this board is talking, and everyone at this board, we're very appreciative. My people are very appreciative of the money that you've invested in our building, the money that you've invested in our equipment, and things that you've done over the last couple of years to help better our situation. But there's not a person sitting in this room that I haven't heard say, we have the best police department in the state. We have the best police department in Middle Tennessee. Well, the reason we select the agencies that we did was we used the same agencies that fire looked at when they looked at. And these are the agencies that are considered the best agencies in Tennessee. And if we're going to be compared to them, we should be paid like them.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say paid like them, our pay isn't getting to these numbers. What we asked for isn't getting to the Brentwoods or the Franklins or the Metros. We're not getting to those numbers. We're just trying to get closer to those numbers because we've had conversations with those same agencies, and we understand that they're looking to make the jump to chasing the THP number. Everybody saw the numbers that THP went to. So the agencies that we're chasing is now chasing THP. So what we wanted to do was try to get closer, not to, but closer to the numbers that we know that they're going to move away from. We're trying to get closer to the numbers they have now, not the numbers that they're going to have. And when we look at getting just closer to them, we want to talk about something the mayor's going to find interesting. Everybody remembers the Reagan trickled down economics. This is the Mount Juliet PD trickle up economics, because we had to start at our bottom, like the DC said, and we had to compete with the Amazons and the FedExes and all the great things that the city manager is doing to bring to town to create jobs. But it's also creating competition for my people that don't have to work weekends, and they don't have to work holidays, and they don't have to miss ball games and dance recitals. So when I'm trying to recruit these young people, that's what I'm tending to get into our department, they're coming in at a lower number, and it's hard to recruit and compete against those other entities. And when I raise the price or the salaries of my dispatchers, then I can't have dispatchers making more than my patrol officers. I can't have patrol officers, and it's what the fire is running into this year. They've got line employees who work very hard and deserve what they get, but now they're making more than the next step above them. So trying to keep that space in between. I got a text message from the city manager, just trying to be cautious and wanted us to take a final look at our budget. And we came in and we presented an option to Dana today that if it would help, we would try to break these requests personnel wise that we have, or the pay rate changes down over a 2-year period. So essentially, we took half of what we were looking for in the initial proposal and put it in for this year, and then half, the rest of it, or maybe not even half, or some of them into next year's. And we kind of front loaded our dispatchers to where they're getting a bigger jump this year and then a smaller jump next year. But trying to do that, and we did the same thing for our certified police officers. And once we get them out of the academy, we can recruit people that are already certified, so we don't have to spend the training time or the training cost in getting these people ready, that we can get them in at a higher number. I don't know if that makes a difference. I don't know if you've even had the opportunity to see these numbers yet. But I met with Dana. Dana's been fantastic to work with. And Mr. Martin been very gracious in all that he has done. And we're just trying to do what's best for our people and focus on the people we have under our roof right now, and pay them the way that you say that they are the best agency around.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that detail. When it comes down to the the different scales that we're looking at here, is it something that that we are staying aligned with the cost of living, and then of course the the merits and everything else, or is that all factored in this year?
So it's kind of a domino effect. A couple years ago, we did a citywide evaluation of things, and we saw that we wasn't in line with some of the cities around us.
Mm-hmm.
And we made the adjustments to get there. Well, the way it works, unfortunately, and guess in government, is when we did that, same way it happens for everybody else, then the next city over or the next county over, they look at that and say, well, Mount Juliet just got this, so we need to do it. And then they jump ahead.
Mm-hmm.
And then the agency across from them looks at them, and then they jump ahead of them. So it's a domino effect that one agency triggers another agency that triggers another agency. So yes, we're keeping in line with the cost of living. We're just not keeping in line with the dominoes.
Okay. Well, we'll never catch the domino, especially if we're always the first one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that we just, hopefully our work balance life, can be able to help, also with the other, benefits that we're always talking about, making sure that we can be able to help offset that. So that's got to be some type of benefit there. One thing I was trying to figure out, because I know I was asking you about this, where our population based off officer, is there any, are we aligned with that right there? Because there was some discussion about that.
That's
I know that's a touchy subject.
It's a tricky subject.
It is.
Because some agencies follow that. It's really a recommendation. There is a number that's recommended by the DOJ. We don't follow that number. We are well below that number.
So we're below that number. Okay.
We're well below that number, but I think we do a good job with what we have.
Okay.
That's one of the things the city manager is always, wanting to get the most out of every employee we have, and that's what we do. And I think you see the results of that through the city.
Yeah, that's good. Now, I just heard us talking a little bit about it. I just want to, recap, make sure I didn't miss anything. So I appreciate it.
As well is our officers do amazing work, and I think it's better to have a few quality officers than a bunch and some who are not quality. And I'm grateful for them. Arrests are up 27%. Their traffic stops, proactive contacts are up 21%, but our dispatch calls for service are only up 4%.
Yeah.
And we ask a lot of our police officers, and I'm just proud of them. They go out every day and they work so hard to deal with what I call the Nashville crime influence, where we are arresting the majority of people, over 90%, who are not residents of our city. And they're truly a protection force, right, for the city of Mount Juliet, working so hard to keep us safe from that influence. Because if you just step over our city limits to the west or go to our south, you're going to find a much different quality of life. And, it's a testament to Mr. Martin and all the other teams within the city. Everything we do here raises the quality of life of our community, from the City Beautiful teams that are out there ensuring our city is beautiful, to our fire department, our ambulance service. Y'all truly have provided and built an amazing city with an amazing set of public safety teams, and we heard many accolades tonight from all the different departments that spoke, from our stormwater to the sewer, to our fire department, to our ambulance services. And man, what a great place to live, right?
Yep.
And when I look at the pay, and when it pulls on my heartstrings, is the majority of your police officers can't live here.
I know. I talked to them about it too.
They have to live very far away because they just can't afford to live here, and even with me, if I didn't buy my house like I did a couple of years ago, I couldn't afford to live here either.
Yeah.
Your chief of police was required to live in the city, so he bought a townhome.
Mm-hmm. Well, he moved out of my neighborhood. I wasn't real happy about it.
He moved out of your neighborhood.
You know what I mean?
So
I tried, believe me. I got a road closed for the guy.
Is your crime rate's down 8%? Shoplifting's down 26%. Car burglary and car theft is down nearly 50%. This is a testament to, I think, our Guardian Shield license plate reader program. But aggravated assault's down 24%. Simple assault is down 29%. And our crashes are down 9%. But just amazing work that our officers do every day. Yeah, I'm so proud of them.
No, I am too. And that's why we're always looking to make sure that they are supported in every way possible. I mean, if we could pay them all $100,000 for each one of them, I mean,
We'll take it.
Exactly. I mean, we would do it honestly, but it's just,
Thank you.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's like, teachers, it's a thankless job. And,
I think also
we all run away.
Educate a little bit on this pay plan is we were starting this process, Chief and I, at the bottom. We wanted to ensure our dispatchers and our officers were up, and then we kind of worked itself up to prevent pay compression. And then we were contacted by the fire chiefs, Folks and Joey Edwards, who are sitting at the back of the room. And we sat down together to ensure both of our teams were aligned. And we placed our teams in classes with their teams with equivalent job duties and supervisory responsibilities. And when we did that, we saw a big discrepancy because last year the fire department did get an adjustment in pay that was pushed through the budget. And that's where our officers also noticed, well, what happened to us?
Yeah.
So we said, look, we're always going to fight for you. We're going to look at this next year. And here we are sitting next year.
Yep.
And that's where with the fire chief, us as chiefs, we sat down with Dana and City Manager Martin and worked on a solution. You know, that's why you've seen in our budget where we've cut nearly $3.5 million out of our budget of what we asked for to try to focus on our people. Because that's truly where we need to focus this year, is ensuring they have the I don't know if adequate's the right word, but just a little bit of a pay bump just to help them with their quality of life.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not questioning any of it. I mean, this is what we asked, every department head to do, which is see where we can trim a little bit off and make the right adjustments. You guys are the SMEs. That's what we go back to. This is what again, there's so many options that we would like to be able to do, but this is what we look for you to give us a direction. So, and how do we maintain our officers? Because, the biggest thing that I think, the other commissioners that are not here tonight, we got tired of hearing that there was a turnover always. And that's where we start losing, the good talent. So that's where, Commissioner Hefner, he took the lead on that, man. And that was great. And here we are, we're hearing great things that we can be able to be selective on officers. And now we just need to catch up a little bit closer. So
the issue
this is
with
great.
turnover, and I want to address that. I wish Commissioner Hefner was here. I've had this conversation with him. But the issue with turnover with what we do, and I think it's probably something very similar to what fire deals with. So when I lose someone, and while we want to recruit certified employees, I'm going to take the best character person. I just kind of hope that best character person is certified, because if we lose somebody tonight while we're sitting here, hopefully that don't happen. But if we do, so I've got to post that position for 2 weeks. Then after we post it for 2 weeks, we go through the applications, we narrow that down. That takes another week. Then we set interviews. That takes another week after we conduct those interviews. So we're at 4 weeks now. I'm interviewing folks. Our background checks take, let's be generous and say 2.5 weeks. It's normally going to take longer than that.
Yeah.
So now we're at 6 weeks. 6 weeks after I lose somebody, I'm getting my background checks done. I've got to send them for a psychological evaluation and drug screen. That's another week. If they make it through all of that, which we're finding out is about half of what we start with makes it through that process, and we cut our losses early. So we're at 7 weeks through that process after losing a person. Now they got to give a 2-week notice. So now they're at 9 weeks. 9 weeks, I actually get them to walk through my door. If they're uncertified, 9 weeks through my door, they have 12 to 16 weeks of FTO. So now you're at 26 weeks. And if they're uncertified, now I've got to send them to the police academy for another 12. So it's 38 weeks from the time I lose somebody to the time I get them in a car and they're useful by themselves. So unfortunately, in law enforcement now, over the course of that 38 weeks, now I've lost somebody else and I'm starting that process over again. Yeah. Because I'm not losing people to other agencies. I'm losing people through the hiring process to other agencies. But where I'm losing people is getting out of law enforcement. So that's where our turnover rate's going. But when Commissioner Hefner and Commissioner Justice and we sat down and we talked about the turnover rate, what we looked at is the city of Mount Juliet had our turnover rate. We were averaging about 7 to 9%. Other agencies, most of the agencies around us were well into high double digits. One agency, I'm not going to say who it was north of 20%. So we just want to make sure that we're doing the things that we can to retain the people that we have, keep them willing to do this job and making this job worth it. Because this is still a noble profession, but people got to feed their families.
Yep.
They got to be able to afford to live in the city. But at the same time, it is very crucial that I'm able to recruit certified people and people that I don't have to send to the academy or spend that much time in FTO. So that's where this is going to help.
Oh, that's great. No, I mean, I don't have anything else. I mean, on my end, Mayor. I appreciate all the detail tonight, by the way, gentlemen.
And I'm still half the time of what Mark was.
What is our percentage right now, if you don't mind me asking?
Our turnover?
Yeah.
I haven't done it lately, but we're single digits.
We're
I
still
would say.
single digits. Okay, that's good.
There's been moments this year we've been full staffed and then we've had people leave.
Gotcha.
I think where you've seen people leave, of course, Chief Hamburg retired. We had an officer move to Clearwater to be near her family. We had an officer leave work here and go be a electrical lineman for more money. We had an officer go to another agency. He came here from an agency, then went back to the agency after they got a pay bump.
But the other issue with that is he found out that his retirement wasn't compatible with ours.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then I'm trying to think who else is on that list. I can pull it up. If you
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, I appreciate it. I just wanted to get a feel to see where we were. But speaking of retirement, I mean, have we got that all worked out? I mean, obviously that may be another whole topic that I know that was another topic there for the police officers. There was a couple discussions about that last year about the retirement packages and stuff for the police officers. Because I know that was in discussion of last year's budget, wasn't it?
I'm not sure what
It
you're
may have
talking
been
about.
legislation they were trying to get where officers could retire out sooner.
Okay.
That was the
Each
state.
session, there's
What it is.
different stuff in legislation, but I mean, our retirement is tied to the state plan, so.
Okay. All right. Yeah, sorry about that. Didn't mean to dirty up the water.
Well, thank you for the presentation on it. Does anybody got any other questions? Yeah, I'll say this, talk about breaking it apart or something. We've got to do something on this budget here. We're still at a point to where our personnel and our operations costs are exceeding our revenue. So that's not really a path forward for us long-term. So, and it's not a police department problem totally, but it's something we got to, I don't know, we got to come up with something on this. And we got to take care of our people. It's a fine balancing act. I don't know if we have to hold off on adding some bodies or what, but we can't pass a budget going forward where we automatically set from the beginning of the fiscal year that our personnel cost and our operation cost on paper are going to exceed our projected revenues. It's just not going to work. And I don't know what we have to do to get to the bottom of that, but we have to. And, you know, we got 2 readings in June. We got to get this passed. The state's not going to let us do a continuing operation budget and take another stab at it in the first week of July. But it's 11:40. We still got some stuff to cover here tonight, but we still got a lot of work to do before first reading too.
Mayor, it's very fair, and I've expressed that with the department heads and even those that have left, and we'll reiterate that we might have to sharpen our pencils a little bit more in some areas.
Yeah, it's not a question of not wanting to do things or take care of things and take care of people. It's just a question of the money just isn't there matching with our revenues to do what we have on paper here.
Exactly. We'll do some more.
And I get the capital stuff and the one-off cost. I understand. We have to grow into some of that, but we've got to get our operational cost and our personnel cost in line with the revenues.
Well, I think if we tighten up those gaps where it says, $30,000 when we've only been spending $3,000 or $4,000, we get that tightened back up, and
I've got no doubt. I mean,
It just starts adding
we typically overestimate on our expenditures and underestimate our revenues. But I'd at least like to go in at the beginning of the year and I hate to say it, but I guess it's 1040, pass a balanced budget in those terms. But what number? What are we looking at to try to close that gap? Just ballpark it.
Well, another thing that concerns me is we can't cover debt service with current revenue either.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the $3.6 million difference between budget and expenditures.
The
I wrote debits, but sorry.
the debt service fund has impact fee revenue in it to help offset that, and that revenue is just not there to give it any kind of boost. So that's just another concern that I have. So we need to trim back. I don't know what else. That's the only thing that concerns me, and I've said it several times, is I don't have enough revenue to cover personnel and operating alone, let alone the debt service on top of that.
And we have one more, let's just say, major emergency, right? Like we have another situation where we have a disruption in sales tax or anything, and automatically that's going to be trickling back to us. And the last thing we need to be worried about is our operations budget.
The only thing that really saves us is our available fund balance.
Yep.
Just the fact that we have such a healthy fund balance, but we're not going to be able to sustain it if we continue to bleed our reserves.
Yeah, especially long term, and
Yeah.
that's the thing. So I think I know some things that we need to do, and that's why this workshop was important, is so that everybody can hear it. It's hard for you guys because I know y'all want to give us everything, absolutely we want, and it's been a very challenging last few years with the economy and interest rates and costs, and that cost is passed on to us as well when we buy things through the city, and so we can definitely do some pencil sharpening. And
Yeah, I think the numbers haven't reflected because we just gave it to Dana today. The plan that we presented, it's by no means is it $3.5 million, but
I'm not, it's not a huge problem.
but I think the plan that we submitted to Dana today does cut our personnel costs by estimated. We don't have solid numbers, but probably $500,000.
Yeah. I'd rather take $1 from each 100 people than take $100 from just one person, and so if we can do that through the budget and where we hit these items where, just like I said with I think it was Public Works or maybe Stormwater, there was a $30,000 line item and we only spent $3,900.
My budget.
Huh?
That was me.
Oh, that was not.
they all
Oh,
run
well,
together.
yeah, they're all starting to run together. But those are the things that, we don't want to take away from safety, and our first responders, really. I'll tell you that right now. That's the priority, in my opinion. Our first responders, we start watering that down, we get what we pay for. I don't want that. I'm asking, hey, is there other areas where we've, pushed out that budget number where we're like, we got a buffer in here. So if we get that flat tire or whatever, we got a buffer in there. Well, let's not worry about the flat tires because we're running on all 4 brand new tires and we got a beautiful spare tire sitting there. So let's go ahead and, do we really need to be able to hit these line items? So that's really what it boils down to. And I think the mayor is spot on. Like we do got a buffer, but we can't continue to keep dipping in that buffer.
I got a fistful of maybes on future revenues coming in. We got to convert on, but.
And I agree with that, Mayor. And I can say this out loud. Again, we've talked about this in our meetings that we've had. You're right, the maybes, we hope some of the new business we've got coming in and even some of the growth that's in Middle Tennessee, and we serve as a destination that they'll come there and spend their money, but it's just a big unknown. And of course, some of that money is already accounted for through an incentive. So we'll get busy tomorrow. Me and Dana will put something out to the department heads and just say, just go through every line item where you can. And that little bit helps. And then just if there's some bigger things we can tackle as well that help offset some of that. Most importantly, the recurring costs. I agree with the mayor, the capital expenditures. There is some of that had to be done. A lot of the stuff that we've done, we needed to do. A lot of it's catching up to where we put things off. So we can do that. That's more than fair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And Mayor, Ms. Dana's going to finish us out here, including the part that shows under Sheila and I. I think that'll just create some efficiency and get us on through the rest of the night.
I'll just hit the high points on mine. It's on page 29. I had some increases in there because I had intended to hire the project and grant accountant position. I've tried twice now. I had some great candidates. Unfortunately, I could not get them to come here.
Dana, can I add on that?
Yeah.
Unless this commission objects, we'd like to, and I don't know that Dana necessarily, is there any rushing burden that if we get that position this year?
No, I
Or that
offered to.
position.
I offered to let that position go. There was some grant software.
How much was that?
What was that,
It
Dana?
was
It's-
like
I'm not-
70,000, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, and that was
$70,000.
Yeah,
There was some grant software that was 15,000 that I would like to offset. I know that doesn't help much, but it would help me manage these grants better. The other software I have is an upgrade for our business license software. We have somewhat of a dinosaur system for that software. Our local gov is who we use for all of our ERP software, and they recently came out with that business license side for their next gen, and so that's like $3,000, but it's going to be a huge difference. It actually interfaces with the state, so I would like to upgrade that. And then
Is that the 30,000?
no,
Five
that's
fif-
actually
$596.
that's what our software licensing and renewal costs. The renewal for that software is in that number though. The implementation is in the bottom
Oh, the
part of it. The 3,000. Well, it's 3,000, and then there's another software program because the GASB came out with some new rules on contracts and some software contracts, and so that would help manage the contracts, the leases, and the debt. So I was hoping to have that too to help rein that in. Then I probably, if I take that position out, I'll probably adjust some of my numbers within because I had kind of intended for that person to get their CMFO and then do some training so I can adjust the numbers in the operating to account for that. The other debt service, I tweaked some of the numbers because once the sale was final, I actually have what the debt service will be. So that's going to be tweaked, but for the most part, it's very close to what it is. That's on 63. We have the way I structured the current debt, or the new debt rather, is to lower it somewhat for the first 2 years because we still have 2 years left on a bond that we currently have. And then once that bond is gone, this one will bump up just to kind of keep our debt service level. But that's about it for that one. The employee benefit fund is our medical, dental, vision, life services. All of that is based on a weighted average per employee. That's on page 71. And that's sort of calculated through our payroll because I can't account for that each employee's decisions individually. So it just kind of comes somewhat of a guessing game on the new employees. But I feel like those are high, but I need to look at those again because I don't think they're off by much, but I feel like they're a little bit high. And then going into executive, I'll just hit some high points there. That starts on page 18. Legislative board, I don't think there was a whole lot of changes there. The transfers are in that fund, so we're not spending 22 million on you guys.
What page was that?
On page 18.
I just want to see where the 22 million is. You know, if we're spending that much money.
It's transfers to the other funds.
the bottom of
So
page
that's,
18.
yeah, it's at the very bottom. So that's money that we transfer to State Street Aid, to the debt service fund, and then the capital projects funds.
Okay.
Collections,
spenders.
nothing there. I kept the community grant total the same as last year. But the only concern I have on that is if the sports numbers fluctuate a little bit, and we said we would give $25 per participant. So there might be some that have to cut back on that unless you want me to increase it. But we're already so lean. I don't know that I
Yeah.
can increase it.
That's a percentage of a budget. It's not much.
Yeah.
Not only that, we don't want to go backwards, right? You know, I mean,
Yeah.
it's about the health of the kids and supporting them. One thing that I would like to know, though, I mean, obviously, you know, like when we're giving this, you know, I mean, $25, whatever it is per kid, you know, I mean, are they seeing it, or is it only going to the association? Because when I talk to the association, right, and I talk to the families, right?
Mhm.
Hey, is this discussed? Nothing's ever brought up. You know, and I
It's
think
going
that's the
directly to the
disconnect. So,
association.
yeah. So, I mean, so
Mhm.
if it costs a student, let's just say $300 to actually play sports. Well, with this commitment from the city, whether it's 25 or $50, whatever that number is, it should be 375 or 275 should be that number. That number has never changed.
Yeah.
So that's the whole question I'm having. So how many other, you know, commitments are businesses funding into this association, and it's just going back to the association, not going back to the students, which is the whole purpose of why we're doing it. Now I get it. It's supposed to go back for whatever maintenance, supplies, whatever, and it's supposed to be in a good faith situation. But it just, you know, like when you ask that question back to the parents, they're like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. I mean, ideally, you'd line the kids up and give them all $25, but
Yeah.
and you'd know it went right to the family. But the
Yeah.
problem is Dana probably doesn't want to do all those entries on their bookkeeping. And we'd
Oof,
it would
I
be
gotta
spending
go.
half that budget. Yeah, you'd be spending half that budget on bookkeeping alone
It's
to
not
track all
Dana,
that.
it's for the kids though. You know what I mean? Come on, be a team player,
Oh, I
right?
don't know. I love kids, but I have limits.
No.
Yeah. Don't want to do like 7,000 or 8,000 new entries.
Oh, no.
You'd need
I
that
gotta
new
go.
software, wouldn't you?
Well, it was a test run for the new software, right?
Yeah, I thought it was the whole idea that it would benefit the families, so they wouldn't have to pay as much.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, you know, because again, it's supposed to be able to either do that or else it's supposed to help the families that are, you know, again, it should be left up to the association. I get that, for them to be able to find that balance. But if you got a family that says, hey, you know, Johnny can't play just because we can't afford it because, a hardship, whatever. Well, that should be the commitment there. And I don't think, I mean, again, I'm very forthcoming with, like a lot of different groups. And I mean, I even asked the question to the association leads, and it's crickets. So, but what is the number that we're giving out? I mean, like, where is that line item there?
It is, it's on page 20.
Page 20. Okay.
Yeah.
So I wasn't even close. Okay.
Sorry. No, it's
No,
on
it's okay. It's okay. I was looking on page 18.
Yeah.
So this is the,
So these are all the grants that we issue. And so it was,
so $73,000 to Little League. I would
Yeah,
love to know if that supports any of the students.
actually, I just noticed that I kept it. I must have kept it the same as last year before we did the budget amendment, or just upped it based on the initial budget. Because I think we increased it, because I've got it at 248, but
Yeah,
last
but-
year it was 272.
Too. And
I need to look at that.
I think going into it, the $25 per kid was going to be based on the kids in Mount Juliet. Then it got to be too complicated for them to tell us which ones were in Mount Juliet versus outside of Mount Juliet.
And
it's
then also
problematic.
Initially, it was just basketball, football, and what was the other one?
Baseball.
Yeah, baseball.
Yeah.
And it's somehow volleyball got added in there, which
Commissioner Hefner was on the board there
Yeah.
for a little bit.
Yeah.
Because they
And
asked
so
me to
that
be on
was,
the board. I said, I'm not going to be on another board. I ain't got time. I got 5 boards.
yeah, that was just sort of
I'm boarded out.
thrown out there. So that one, and volleyball gets $15,000. That's a lot for volleyball, I think. But I
will say it's a good
I'm sure
program.
I'm sure it's a great program.
It is. I mean, it really is. And I've actually watched them just like I watched the baseball, the football and everything else. So, I mean, I would love for it to just see how it's affecting the kids, if it's actually giving them the discount. I don't see it.
But aren't these,
Let me get your mic on you.
And they're not.
What was that?
Volleyball might not be paying for gym space in our gym.
I didn't hear what you said.
I'm not
Volleyball.
sure what gym rent we are charging volleyball. Plus, we give them a donation.
And I thought too that these nonprofits were supposed to submit annually.
They do.
They do.
They submit requests. We don't put those in here now. We set the budget amount and then we put in the requests, and then one of you goes through and decides, do we meet their request or what do we give?
No, I mean, I thought annually they were supposed to submit their accountability for this money.
Their audit report.
Yeah, they submit, when they submit their requests,
Uh-huh.
they submit that information.
That as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it turns out to be a lot of information too that gets submitted.
It's just a big book.
Yeah, the big binder.
Yeah. So anyway, I will probably take that 248 up to 272, which goes in the opposite direction that we want to go, but
All right. Better find it now before
yeah.
it gets submitted final.
Yeah. As far as the city manager budget, there was a facilities maintenance manager in there, but that's been removed.
What is the MJ library? I mean, obviously.
It's our library.
Yeah. Can you?
City library.
Yeah. So that is, I didn't know that was MJ's. I thought that was county or.
Well, it's just the
Yes.
city library. It's not,
But
doesn't
that's our
belong to the city.
contribution
Yeah.
to it.
Oh, it's our
We
contribution.
cannot build a library.
I was going to say, I was like, man, that's impressive. I thought maybe.
Yeah, I think it's tied on. Is it tied to population numbers?
I think so.
Well,
That's
agree.
great. No, I love the library.
Or usage. I can't
They
remember.
submit a request every year.
Do they?
We,
Gotcha.
in past, we have had the most used library of all the ones in the county. I don't know if it's still that way.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't go check.
If
out
not,
which
we
town
need
I'm
Beasley
at.
out there promoting the library.
Not our facility.
We'll just put a snake out in front of it.
And, well, the next one too is an important topic that we had talked about in the past about going to a full-time in-house attorney, and not sure if the commission still wants to do that. We had started out by mirroring what Lebanon does, which I just don't think we're in a position for one to do that, and for two to need that. So we had originally had in there a full-time attorney and a deputy along with the paralegal. We removed the paralegal, and then we broke the deputy city attorney down to half a year. I'd like to, while we were removing that half year, I think if we could get a full-time attorney up to speed and figure out where we're at a year from now, or the only other option would be just to hold off on anything at all this year, just stick with the current setup.
Which page are you at when you were?
23.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you go down a little bit, you'll see where it says paralegal removed. And that's important to me because, it's something that I'd brought before you to do. And
Mhm.
do I still think it'd be important? Absolutely. Do I think we could do it with one attorney and getting them up to speed? I do.
And also the contractual services, that part of that was some carryover. We don't know, with what Gino, we'd still probably need Gino for a while, and then we may have to seek out some attorney services.
It's just, it's an unknown, but we're okay if
Unless, yeah, well, I mean, you're gonna need those contractual services unless you've got somebody lined up in the next 30 days,
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
32 days.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just sort of an unknown because it's been years since we were in that particular position. And I'm saying it's not something I'm wrapped around the axle on. That's really up to the commission. If the commission gives me some direction, says, hey, this stays status quo, we can do whatever on that. I'm just saying, you brought up some very good points, Mayor. I think it's something that the entire commission is concerned about. Our city's not in bad shape, but you're right. When you've got more money going out than you've got going in some areas, you got to figure out a way to fix that. And one of the options would be, and I just want you to noodle on it because it's something I need to talk to staff about, is when I say hiring freeze, we're just talking about it for a year to see where we're at next year with some of these hopefully new numbers coming in. You know, and we're in an uncertain year. It's an election year and there's lots of uncertainty. Who knows what interest rates will be next year? Maybe they'll be better. Maybe some of our costs will be down. But I'm always about public safety. As a police chief myself, we've done a great job up until now. I don't imagine anything's going to change major between now and then through either EMS or police. And it's a big ask. It's something that I have to feel like I need to put out there. But across the board, in particular areas that have an impact on the general fund, possibly looking at just a hiring freeze this year, that would probably, I know it's not something everybody wants to hear, but we got to be realist. And y'all know that as well. And I know the team understands that. We've had this conversation about, let's get it here. Let's see what we got to work with and then go from there. We'll do a lot of fine tuning. We'll take some of the numbers that we got tonight from police and fire and see if there's some way we can increase that number and get closer. And if we're still not there, that may be an option that we bring before you. It's just to not add any additional people. We're just talking about 1 year. You know, it's not, it'd be different if we were expecting another 10,000 people to move into the city or had some big opening that I was really overly concerned about, but just to hold tight, let us catch our breath a little bit. I know we've been on this routine of adding people every year. Y'all have been extremely good. There's no fear factor for me that if we weren't able to hire some of these folks, just pause them for a year. I wanted to put it out there because I think it's my responsibility to put it out there instead of putting that onus on you all, that I'm prepared to express that. I understand the department heads are supposed to prepare something that they feel good about, but they're also to understand the big picture. So I just wanted to throw that out there. That may be something that we don't have any choice but to do, or at least scale those numbers way, way back.
Yeah.
And still feel.
Quick question. Go ahead.
Yeah, not impact public safety or anything like that.
Quick question. All the departments have salary increases, you know, so is that the 2% merit that was in your presentation, or is that
It's part of it.
part of it?
Yeah, so they move through the pay scale. So because we get, they'll bump up. So some of the increases come from just them bumping up to the next level. Our TCRS retirement contribution went up 2% this year. It was 9.84. I think it went up to 11.48%. That impacts the budget. And then when you add more people, of course, that impacts it as well. So I think we added 20 positions last year. I got another 17 this year. So all of those just kind of increase the budget.
We've been blessed. I think in 2019, we had maybe right at 200 employees, and we're over 300 now.
We're well over 300.
So it's part of the 2%?
The merit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of it too.
But not all of the merit.
Let's ask your question again.
Okay, so it's part, I don't know how
Are
to
you talking
ask.
about the increase overall increase in the is partly due to the merit, but that's not salaries. That's in a different line item.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah, it's not in that first line item.
Okay, and the 4% COLA,
That is in the first line item.
that is
Yes.
in the,
Yeah,
okay,
because that becomes part of their salary.
right. Okay, and so inflation now is what?
I think it was the Social
3.9.
Security increase was like 3.6. So I know it's around it's between 3.6 and 4.
Somebody told me today it was 10%. What, I'm
I don't
thinking,
think it's 10.
what?
It's a campaign ad, probably.
So-
I will say as far as the COLA goes, every percentage of the COLA. So if you were to go from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, that adds $300,849 to the budget. So
Okay.
Can you repeat what you just said?
every percentage of the COLA costs $300,849.
So if we were to, because you had sent me over the COLA over the years, we initially started at, I think it was 0, then we went to 2%, and then we went back. I mean, it just keeps going up and up and up. And then it actually went down during COVID. It looked like we went in 2010, 2011, it went back down to 2%. Let me make sure the COLA. Yeah, sorry, 2% was 2010, 2011. Then it went down to 1.5. Then 2013, 1%, 2014, 1.5. And then 2017 went to 0, 2018, 1%, 2019, 1%, 2019 to 2020 went 2%. And I'm almost done here. 2021, 2%, 2022, 0, 2023, 8%, and then 2022 going into 2023 was 6.75, and now we're proposing 4%. So it's almost that
And
question.
those lower percentages that you said, we weren't keeping up with Social Security at that point.
Yeah.
And that's what happened with the pay scale adjustment. We did the big pay scale adjustment.
Trying to
because,
catch back up.
Yeah.
It makes total sense.
We were way behind.
Yep.
And then the 8% number, that was actually, I think Social Security was 8%. The one year I think that you said 0 may have been the year that there was, oh no, the year that we did 0, that was the pay plan.
Yeah,
adjustment.
implementation
We
of
did
pay
no
plan.
COLA. We
Yep.
did an entire pay scale.
Yes, ma'am.
And when COVID hit, we didn't do a COLA that year until September because we didn't know how COVID was going to affect the salaries. And then once our revenue went through the roof, we went back and added the COLA back.
Yes, ma'am. So do you see, I mean, again, I think there's just an opportunity, maybe if we were to go back down to 2% on the COLA and then be able to help, at least keep the merit raises there and then be able to look at, at least maintaining the employment to bring some of these folks up and the promotions to be able to maintain them and have the rest of the team cut back on some of these buffer items, and I'm just going to use that one example of $30,000 sitting there when we only spent $4,000 last year. So, that's the buffer that we can try and clean up those messes, because I can highlight some other areas in there where we were at $15,000 and we only spent $2,000 there. So, and I get it. We want to have a little bit of a buffer because, we can't predict the future, but but we also don't want to be laying people off either. That's the other problem here, and we all know the first group that's going to go is probably somewhere in the parks or City Beautiful or something that's going to be affecting where we see it every day. You know what I mean? And we don't want to I don't even want to say that word, first of all, layoff. And, we want to be able to have a strong community. So, but we also need to have a budget that's going to be fair to what's being sent up to the state. So anyways, it's been a long night. You're saying $600,000 if we were to just cut the cost of, the COLA for 4% to 2%, it'd be about $600,000 to $700,000 savings.
About 600,000.
And we'd still be doing a cost of living, but we'd be able to save a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. We're getting there. So.
Well, what if we didn't touch the salaries? Well, what if, because it was sent back to be trimmed, 25% or something like that? Is it possible to cut another 10% from expenditures? And when I say expenditures, I don't mean salaries and benefits, just
Other things, just dollars.
other things. Is it possible to cut another 10%?
Yes, ma'am.
Rather than touching the salaries?
I think what we're needing to do here is just like what we probably all had to do at our own personal homes. Things went up, costs went up. We've had to not eat out as much and do things, and we can do that. And that's why we have this workshop. And for closing remarks, thank each of you for being here tonight, and thank each of you what you do for us. And it's not just hollow words. It's sincere from us and everybody that's been here tonight to present. We appreciate you, and we can't do this alone. I've always said that. It's one of my favorite things to say because it's so true. It's a team. We got here to a AAA bond rating and all the benefits we've got in a safe city and all that. There's costs that come with that, but we're like anybody else. There's ebbs and flows, and we're in one of those particular points in time where we just got to tighten up our belts a little bit, and we can do that. And that's not a skies falling thing. That's something that we just need to do, and we hear you all loud and clear. We appreciate you. We've always been good stewards, and we're going to continue to be good stewards.
All right. So in your opinion, you were concerned about the debt services, and if we do trim a little more, like a dollar figure, what would you feel comfortable with? Like cutting
I need to
from
cover,
somewhere?
I need to cover personnel, operating, the transfers to debt service, and even the transfers to State Street Aid, really, because that's our paving budget. That's the number I need to get to. So it's 34, 44, and then you've got 48, 49. So I need,
4.7.
yeah, thereabouts.
So when you say personnel, does that include
That's the salaries.
salaries?
So I need
4.8.
I need revenue, which is 44 million, to cover those four things. And I can't cut back on debt service. That's just not, that's not a possibility.
No,
Um,
it's not North Street State Street Aid, because that 1.2 million represents 8 million to go back and make up for it.
Go back to the drawing board and let's see.
Yeah.
What's the next picture look like,
Right, exactly. We'll get you some fresh data out.
Yeah.
And,
Tell the team, great. I mean, like, this is a good start, I mean, really, listen, like one of our clients had, at the beginning of the year said $9 million cut. They just came out 2 months later and said, we need a $15 million cut on top of it.
It's gotta,
So
we had a lot of years where it's a lot simpler and we were able to get out. And
Yeah.
It's just not what
this is just a first phase of a couple more weeks. So we can do it.
Yep.
We can do it.
and I think next year will give us a good idea of what we're looking at for Costco and BJ's and a full year of that. So
We're just in an oddball situation this year. So next year we may come out of this looking much better. And, but right now let's be conservative.
That's why we need Golden Bear being golden.
Exactly.
Be golden.
that C-bid going.
Yeah, we need Golden Bear being golden. We need Providence Central being the central spot. I mean,
Full speed ahead on economic development. Mayor.
Yeah, ECD,
What are we
baby.
doing?
I need Whataburger to be Whataburger.
We need, hey, you know what? You bring a Chipotle in here and that's going to tip us over the whole spot right there.
Like the mayor said, we got some.
Or a Texas Roadhouse.
We got some
Chipotle.
handful of good stuff.
Anyways, yep. Is that it?
was there anything else? It was executive summary. I was just trying to push it out for 2 more minutes so we could go a full 6 hours, but
Such an overachiever.
Time I turn the lights out, Mayor, we'll be right on it.
yeah. Was there any other comments? And if not, we'll adjourn if there's no objections.
None.
All right, hearing none, we're adjourned.
Mayor, we'll tell a funny. Now, whenever